Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members in the chamber and close the doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Will the members please stand? With the visitors in the gallery please stand and remain standing through the Pledge of Allegiance. Representative Love will introduce the chaplain of the day. Representative Love, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it is with great pleasure that I introduce to you today the new pastor of First Baptist Church, Capitol Hill, just down from here at the Capitol. He is Dr. Shane Scott. He earned his Bachelor of Arts degree in religion and philosophy from Stillman College in Alabama, a Master of Divinity degree with emphasis in pastoral care and community development from the American Baptist Seminary of the Western Berkeley, California. Earned also a Doctor of Ministry from New York Theological Seminary in New York City, and he holds a certificate from Cornell University in Ithaca, New York. He is committed to the work of discipleship, mission, and transformation of the soul of the communities in which he is blessed to serve. He began his work in ministry as a youth minister of the historic Third Baptist Church of San Francisco, and again, as I said, is now the pastor of First Baptist Church, Capitol Hill. He recognizes that his most important ministry is to his family. He's blessed to share his life with his best friend, Mrs. Devette Scott, their children, Miss Savannah Grace, Miss Lily Simone, and Master Shane Bernard, and of course, one Labradoodle, Missy. And so let me ask you to now give your attention to the pastor of First Baptist Church, Capitol Hill, Dr. Shane Scott.
Thank you, Speaker Sexton, Rep. Love, Representative Love, and Representative Camper. Thank you for the high honor to pray for this body today. It's a kind gesture to welcome me to Nashville in this manner. I look forward to working with you and your colleagues on both sides of the aisle as we seek to make Tennessee a more equitable place for all people. Let us pray. Dear God, how grateful we are for your kindness and for your mercy. Thank you for the privilege of life and life more abundantly. You have been good to us, better to us than we deserve, and certainly better to us than we can be to ourselves. And so before we ask for anything, I want to pause and tell you thank you. Thank you for the simplicities of life. Thank you for roofs over our heads. Thank you for food on the table, garments on our bodies, automobiles to drive. Thank you for the ability to make ends meet. You've been mighty good to us, and for that we say thank you. Now, God, we've gathered today to do the people's business. These men and women have been given the weighty task of speaking for and working for the people of the state of Tennessee. Their call, their election, their responsibility isn't just to some of the people, but rather they have a responsibility to all of the people. And so, God, I come today lifting them to you. I pray that you would have mercy on them. Provide unto these legislators clarity of mind. Give them wisdom, not an earthly wisdom, not a bought wisdom, but God, give them a heavenly wisdom, that they may lead and serve and legislate with honesty, fairness, and justice for all. God, there's so much happening in these United States of America. So much divisiveness, so much disharmony, so much controversy. God, this is a troubling time. And because of these troublesome times, God, help us in Tennessee to get it together. For if we can get it together, then perhaps the country can get it together. God, we need you. God, by your power, convict and convince us that guns don't belong in classrooms. Help us not to be bamboozled by the thought that safety is in bullets, when safety is really in books. Help us to know that love is a more powerful weapon. In fact, God, help us to trust that love can dissolve anger. Love will minimize anxiety. Love has the power to eradicate hate. Love can house those in need. Love can expand Medicaid to the least of these. Love will feed the hungry. Love will employ the disenfranchised. God, help us to be more loving. If we can be more loving, then we can be better legislators and leaders. And finally, God, I pray for the hearts and minds of these men and women. I pray for their husbands and wives. Bless their marriages and partnerships. Let their homes be sanctuaries of peace. God, cover and protect their children. Pour back into these leaders as daily they pour out for and to us. Thank you that by your Spirit, where there has been chaos, it will be calm. And where there has been confusion, there will be peace. Thank you for the help and hope that will come from these legislators. In the name of your Son, we pray. And together we said, amen.
Representative Love will lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Roll call.
Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 95 members present.
Let journal reflect there's no excuse. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Welcoming and honoring.
Welcome and honoring Representative Crawford. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honored today to recognize the Sheriff of Sullivan County, my good friend, Mr. Jeff Cassidy. Would you please stand, make him feel welcome?
Representative Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of quick announcements. My younger daughter, baby girl, who was a page here a few weeks ago, turns 13 years old today. Hopefully she's in school at the moment and not watching this live, but for her posterity's sake, let's wish baby girl a happy birthday today, if you could. Second announcement, lost my father 13 months ago last year, and we've had a couple of baseball tournaments now. We just had the Buddy Hawk Invitational Baseball Tournament back home, 16 teams. A player on each of these teams received a college scholarship to further their education in my dad's name, and I think that's pretty cool. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I could have everybody's attention here on the House floor, I just want to take a moment to thank our staff and the clerk's office and everyone who surrounds us and helps us do our job. They deserve not only our appreciation, but our respect. These calendars don't mark themselves. These documents don't magically happen on our desk. All of this stuff that happens for us is done by hardworking state employees who have committed themselves to serving not only this body, but the people of Tennessee. And so I would ask my colleagues at this time, in great appreciation and with great respect, let's give them all a round of applause if they can hear from here to Cordell Hall.
Representative Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to welcome the Anderson County Sheriff, Mr. Russell Barker. Please stand. Give him a hand, please.
Representative Brickham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome our Coffee County Sheriff, Chad Parton, who's up there somewhere. So please welcome Sheriff Parton.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, I was in Chattanooga at the Volkswagen plant and just want to commend the workers at the UAW, the newly unionized plant in Chattanooga, Tennessee, the first auto plant to unionize in the South since the 1940s, a victory for people power. I also want to commend Nashville that on Saturday, Nashville renamed the plaza where Diane Nash confronted the Nashville mayor in 1960 to desegregate lunch counters, challenging the immoral system of Jim Crow and white supremacy. That same plaza that she challenged the mayor in is now named in her honor, a victory for the people. And then finally today, we got news that the governor has thrown in the towel. He has surrendered, that he is pulling back from his voucher scam this year. That's going to steal money from public schools to give to wealthy people to have coupons to go to private schools. A victory for the people. And so this is a reminder that people power works, that there's something more powerful than the speaker's gavel, that there's something more powerful than a supermajority, and that is the power of the people that is resisting in the state, that is rising up. So power to the people.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And speaking of the people, there are many good people that work here at the legislature. And my friend from Davidson County earlier mentioned that we honor and we welcome you back to your jobs. We treat you with respect because you deserve that respect. And every single Tennessean, all 7 million, deeply appreciates the work of the folks that we see right here and the people that work throughout the Court of the Whole building and the Capitol. Thank you so very much for what you do. We really appreciate y'all.
Representative Chaplain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if I could have your attention, please. To my right in the gallery, we have law enforcement across the state of Tennessee. Y'all please stand up. Please stand up. Y'all give them a round of applause. Thank y'all for what you do. Thank you.
Representative Doggett. Representative Chaplain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we also have with us County Mayor from Lawrence County, Mr. David Morgan, if you'll stand up. Thank you. Thanks for being with us.
Representative Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Cochran, and I would like to welcome Leadership Monroe to Nashville. Let's give them a big Tennessee State Capitol welcome.
Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome two friends that are in the balcony today, Catherine Nurkmeyer and Angie Lawless. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the Walls family from Allen's, Tennessee up in the gallery over here. If y'all would stand, we will be passing legislation on the floor hopefully tonight that will honor their son, brother, and husband. Thank you.
Representative Dixie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure many of you have probably heard of the Big Brothers Big Sisters program. I had the pleasure of being with a young man named Barrington Moore since he was 5 years old. He's 31. He was killed Thursday by a 15-year-old. Barrington dedicated his life to helping people, to working with kids, to try to give them a better life. The young man that killed Barrington was helping him to try to improve his life. He actually left church to go get the young man to get him out of a situation, and the young man killed him. Barrington affectionately called me Dad and Pops. We have to do something about these guns on these streets. I don't want a moment of silence. I don't want any of that. We need to have some moments of action. Please work with me and let's make a change.
Representative Eldridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize and introduce our sheriff from Granger County, J.J. Harville up here. Please make him feel welcome.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker, and to my colleague, Representative Dixie. I'm so sorry for your loss. Today, we also commemorate the victims of the Waffle House shooting. I know Ms. Shondell Brooks and others were remembering Aquila De Silva and so many of those who lost their lives during the Waffle House shooting here in Nashville. And it is a potent reminder of the things that are happening presently and the things that happened in the past, that we cannot take any of this for granted. We have to resist, and we have to be persistent in ensuring that our communities are safe for each other and for those we love and care about. Today in Memphis, we're also laying to rest Officer McKinney, who was killed in the line of duty, a police officer of Memphis Police Department. So I ask that you remember him and his family as well in this work. Thank you.
Representative Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Thursday, I made a really bad boo-boo, but you do that when you don't have a list and you start naming names. And I forgot to honor and thank Krista Lee Karsner, who does all the fiscal notes. She and her staff, fiscal review, love them or hate them, they do a great job for us. I serve on the fiscal review committee and we audit those notes, and they're remarkably accurate. So just join me in thanking Krista and her team, along with all of the other budget and staff folks.
Representative Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, two of the great servants to the public in Robertson County are visiting us today, and that is Sheriff Michael Van Dyke and Chief Jason Head. Welcome, guys.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we recognize our law enforcement professionals with us today, I want to send a shout out to Sheriff Davis in Loudoun County, Sheriff Stockton in Roane County. These men and women and ones that work on their teams are the ones that respond to these violent felons who make situations dangerous in our state. And I appreciate their work. I'm counting about 25. We might ought to double check that, but I think we've got about 25 people up there that have come to show support today, and I appreciate them coming.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two wonderful guests with us today. Your sheriff, Sheriff Casey Cox, is here. Y'all make him feel welcome. And Chief Jason Williams, one of my chiefs. Thank y'all.
Representative Moon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Max Hill, former Blount County Commissioner, the unofficial mayor of Chilhowie View, traveled home this morning. Max grew up in Big Gully, married his sweetheart, Jan, and they together worked to make Blount County a better place by helping those in need. He was a strong supporter of Blount County schools. Mr. Speaker, may we have a moment of silence for this true public servant, Mr. Max Hill. Thank you, members, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Along with this group of distinguished gentlemen here in the gallery, Henry County's finest there, Sheriff Josh Frey, welcome to the House.
Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also have a guest here today from the beautiful Sequatchie County, Sheriff Bill Phillips. It's up here to my right.
Representative Towns.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you as well. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, this weekend, the citizens here know about the untimely death of the young man that was a police officer, 26 years old. We found out possibly that it may have been friendly fire, however tragic it was. They're still laying him to rest today. We had the blue light ceremony this past Sunday, which was excellent, beautiful. and he's being laid to rest today. For that family, we still need to keep that family in our prayers. Joseph McKinney, 26-year-old officer, gave his life in the process of duty. So with that, I ask for a moment of silent prayer. Amen, members.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, I learned a little late last night that my stepmom is in the hospital. She was there for one reason, and they learned that she has a heart murmur, and she's kind of weak. So if you all will keep her and my dad and family in your prayers, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Representative Carringer.
Thank you, Speaker. Representative Davis and I, along with our Knox County delegation, would like to just honor Chief Noel, who's our Knoxville City Police chief, and then our Knox County Sheriff, Spangler. And please remember our sheriff who's going through some chemo treatments, and we just thank both of them for their service and commitment to our county. Thank you.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction to resolutions.
Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions properly filed be introduced pursuant to Rule number 17 and placed on the consent calendar, refer to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Hardaway, for what purpose?
Thank you, Speaker. And this is out of order, but it's very appropriate. This past weekend, we had what can only be qualified as a mass shooting in Orange Mound Park. The irony is that when we look at the ages of the victims, 17-year-old male, 22-year-old male, 19-year-old male, 21-year-old male, 23-year-old male, 29-year-old male, 16-year-old female, 20-year-old female, and 20-year-old female. What we find in common is that those individuals are all under 25, all young adults. And we've had conversation and legislation speaking to how young people are still developing in terms of their neurological maturity. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to call the names of the victims because my tradition is not to talk about individuals by name if I don't have direct permission from the family. But I want you to take note that two of these individuals are dead. The families are not going to get a chance to see these young folks have children, get married, celebrate with the grandchildren. It will never happen. And there are things that we can do, even at this late stage in the session, that we can lend policy and funding that can help these communities to fight back. And fighting back is what Orange Mound is committed to. We need all the help we can get from the state and local entities. And I ask that you stand with me and also stand in prayer and a moment of silence for the victims, including those who were wounded, and the families and the friends and the school children who are being tested today, though they've been traumatized and their minds are anywhere but on the test. So if you would stand with me and, Mr. Speaker, have a moment of silence for the victims of the mass shooting in Orange Mound. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all Senate joint resolutions congratulatory and memorializing and honor that has to be placed on the consent calendar pursuant to order number 17.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Resolutions lying over.
Larry Lambert, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions lying over be referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction of bills, Senate bills on first consideration.
Larry Lambert, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that Senate Bills 1055, 2007, 2730, 2770, 2797, and 2877 transmitted by the Senate be held on the desk pending third consideration of their companion House bills.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate bills on second consideration, House bills on second consideration, petitions, memorials, reports of standing committees, reports of select committees, calendars. Mr. Speaker, the House has a consent calendar.
Chairman Zachary, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of the consent calendar on third and final consideration to keep it with Rule 50.
Gentleman moves passage of the consent calendar, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, any objections been filed?
Mr. Speaker, item 16, Senate Joint Resolution 1486 has been objected to by Chairman Faison.
Anyone seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. We are voting on the consent calendar. All members in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Speak ye aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays, 2 present, not voting.
Having received a constitutional majority, I declare the consent calendar passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk. Or next order, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House has a regular calendar dated Monday, April 22nd, 2024. That's today's regular calendar. Item 1, House Bill 2930 by Representative Garrett, relative to court systems. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Garrett, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2689.
Representative Garrett moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2689 without objection. So ordered. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2689 on third and final consideration.
Representative Garrett moves passage of Senate Bill 2689 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, Senate Bill 2689 is the unified court system legislation. Last year, we already appropriated $75 million to the administrative office of the court to unify all of our court systems so they can actually talk to each other. This piece of legislation, all it does is it directs the AOC to work with all of our clerks across the state to unify their software so we can then talk to each other, gather data, et cetera, on what crimes, et cetera, are being committed so we can better have just data to analyze, et cetera, of where these crimes are happening, how many people are committing these crimes, et cetera. So it's just to implement the $75 million that we already appropriated to the administrative office of the court. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to take any questions. Otherwise, I renew my motion.
Representative Garrett renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For counties that already have started the process of purchasing new systems, does this bill allow them to move forward with the system that they're in the process of purchasing if it meets all the state standards?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative McKenzie, I'm not sure what you mean by state standards, but what I can reiterate and say that the administrative office of the court is going to work with each clerk to make sure they can utilize what software they have in place now. They don't want anyone to go backwards. They surely want to be able to move them forward with what they have already and make sure there's no money expended that doesn't need to be expensed. So they have pledged to work with each clerk to make sure the systems they have in place can be unified under the new system, because we've appropriated $75 million to implement and integrate the systems. They're committed to doing that.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. So I appreciate that answer. So if a county has kind of let the procurement go and it comes back, and once they have a conversation with the state agency, they'll talk about whether it can communicate back and forth. And if it cannot, they'll be able to work with the funding agency to get where they need to be.
Representative Garrett.
Yes, absolutely.
Representative McKenzie. Representative Lafferty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I was wanting to ask you, so I learned about 5 years ago that the AOC was already working on some sort of system to allow their civil court proceedings to somehow, through the computer systems, be able to communicate or integrate into criminal court proceedings. Is this in addition to what they were doing there, and or does this include civil proceedings, specifically in the cases of civil asset forfeiture?
Representative Garrett.
I'm not certain as it relates to the specific of civil asset forfeiture, because those are handled by the administrative side under the Secretary of State. These are for our court systems, our trial courts, general sessions court, appellate court, Supreme Court, for all those systems to be unified. And so if the civil matter travels along the same as a state court matter, this would be included in that particular software, but I'm unsure if it's going to integrate with how the Secretary of State's office handles their administrative law side. My assumption would be, because they also assist the administrative office of the courts, this would be included with the amount that was budgeted to make sure all our systems can talk to each other.
Representative Lafferty.
And thank you for that. And that was the big hangup that I learned about 4 years ago, was they have these two separate tracks and they weren't able to get the tracks to communicate. So you don't know if this would be touching that at all?
Representative Garrett.
And let me be clear, because in the civil world, in the civil trials, they will be integrated with criminal trials in the normal sense. I'm just not specifically have the knowledge whether the subset of a civil asset forfeiture would be implemented, but that's certainly the goal, to make sure all of these systems can talk to each other so we can have data that travels in one system. So my hope is they'll be included. I just can't tell you 100% under the Secretary of State's office if that's actually going to be included.
Representative Lafferty.
Thank you, sponsor. Thank you, Speaker.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. To the sponsor, in reading everything, I'm not clear as to whether your bill is just for developing a software solution or whether it also includes recommendations for hardware, and if so, is there funding in here, or will that be part of the report?
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The funding has already been appropriated. We did that last session. So $75 million has already been budgeted, already appropriated, already in the hands of the Administrative Office of the Court. This bill just directs the Administrative Office of the Court to work with our clerks, so by January of 2025, they have a plan of action. So the Administrative Office of the Courts, in conjunction with our clerks, are charged with coming up with the question that you just asked about what software, what's best for each clerk, what's best for each county, et cetera. That's what this piece of legislation is directing the AOC to do with the clerks of Tennessee.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, and I'm going to ask you about a part of the summary where it says this bill removes the above provisions and provides instead that until the AOC has completed the development of the system described in this bill, court clerk offices must maintain existing court information, computer systems, and report electronically all data required under the Tennessee Supreme Court Rule 11, Section 2, or otherwise statutorily mandated. This bill also requires the AOC to provide each court clerk with a list of data that is required under Tennessee Supreme Court Rule 11, Section 2, or state law. So it doesn't excuse these clerks long-term, but just makes it possible for them to have interim exceptions.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hardaway, I'm not sure I understand your last interim exceptions. I'm not following your question there, but this piece of legislation does not change anything that the clerks are required to collect, report to the AOC in any form or fashion. All it's doing is directing the AOC, giving them the power to say, clerks, you have to work with us to integrate your particular software, whether that's purchasing more or doing something, creating more licenses, whatever it is, the software they have now, so we can then speak on one unified system for all our courts across the state of Tennessee. That's all this piece of legislation does. It makes the two entities, the AOC and the entities collectively as our clerks work together so their softwares can speak on one system. It changes nothing on what's already required under statute for the data the clerks are supposed to collect.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, and this is just yes or no. I think that is accurate, that the 75 million will reimburse our clerks for the expenses, all of the expenses that they need to meet these recommendations.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As long as the 75 million is available and spent across the state, yes, that 75 million is designed for every court of clerk to be on a unified system. If that $75 million is spent, it would have to come back here for another appropriation to conclude the unification. So if there's an expense by Shelby County, should be part of the budget of the 75 million to make that integration a success.
Representative Hardaway.
So I can say that we have no intentions of forcing an unfunded mandate on the locals, that if it requires more money, we'll be back here in an effort to allocate more funds to complete the job.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That would be the intent, that if we go beyond the budget, then we would have to appropriate more to make sure this unification's in place. But my hope, and I have confidence that our Office of Administrative Courts, the Administrative Office of the Courts, can do this with the appropriate amount that we've set aside last year. But thank you for those comments. I appreciate those.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, I just want to commend you for this. Ever since I've been here, I wanted to see this happen. I've been to expungement clinic after expungement clinic in different counties. In every county, there's something different. To unify this is one of the greatest things we can do in Tennessee. I wished I could say all this and call for the question, so I can't call for the question, but I do want you to know that this is a good piece of legislation, long overdue. We should have done this years ago, and I think this is going to make the system work better for everybody. So thank you so much.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Representative Shaw, for those comments. I appreciate those.
Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2689, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 97, nays 1 present, not voted.
Senate Bill 2689 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion reads table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2584 by Chairman Russell relative to water quality control. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Russell, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1948.
Representative Russell moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1948, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1948 on third and final consideration.
Representative Russell moves passage of Senate Bill 1948 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Russell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill was brought to me by my local road superintendent, Steve Teague, after we had a road collapse in the Corntassel community where I live. Senate Bill 1948 will prohibit the Department of Environment and Conservation from charging a fee for an aquatic resource alteration permit to a local government for emergency infrastructure repair or for maintenance activities necessary to replace or otherwise maintain a culvert. Members, that's the fancy state capitol explanation back home in Corntassel. I would explain this bill by just saying this bill prohibits the state from charging for a tile permit. With both the fancy explanation and the Corntassel explanation, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Russell renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1948, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 98, no nays.
Senate Bill 1948, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolution 919 by Chairman Howell, resolution to propose an amendment to Article 1 of the Constitution of Tennessee relative to bail.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the clerk read SJR 919 for its second reading.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 919 on the second reading. A resolution to propose an amendment to Article 1 of the Constitution of Tennessee relative to bail. Be it resolved by the Senate of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the House of Representatives concurring, that a majority of all the members of each house concurring, as shown by the yeas and nays entered on their journals, that it is proposed that Article 1, Section 15 of the Constitution of Tennessee be amended by deleting the following: that all prisoners shall be bailable by sufficient sureties unless for capital offenses, when the proof is evident or the presumption great, and the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless when in case of rebellion or invasion, the General Assembly shall declare the public safety requires it, and substituting instead the following: A, all prisoners shall be bailable by sufficient sureties unless for the following when the proof is evident or the presumption great. 1, a capital offense. 2, an act of terrorism. 3, second-degree murder. 4, aggravated rape of a child. 5, aggravated rape. 6, grave torture. And 7, any other offense for which, as of November 3rd, 2026, a defendant, if convicted, could not be released prior to the expiration of at least 85% of the entire sentence imposed. B, in any case in which bail for an offense listed in subsection A is granted or denied before conviction, the judge or magistrate shall place in the record the judge's or magistrate's reason for granting or denying bail. C, the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless when in case of rebellion or invasion, the General Assembly shall declare the public safety requires it. Be it further resolved that the foregoing amendment be referred to the 114th General Assembly, and that this resolution proposing such amendment be published in accordance with Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of Tennessee by posting such amendment on the official website of the Secretary of State and on the official website of the General Assembly. Be it further resolved that the clerk of the Senate is directed to deliver copies of this resolution to the Secretary of State, with this final resolving clause being deleted from such copies.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that SJR 919 be set for its third and final reading on Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024.
Without objection, so ordered. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2729 by Chairman Faison.
Chairman Faison, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Motion to lay on the desk.
Without objection, laid on the desk. Held on the desk. Leader Lambert, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to take up Thursday's regular calendar at this time.
Without objection, Thursday's regular calendar. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Item 1 on the calendar dated for Thursday, April 18th, House Bill 2366 by Representative Carringer and others relative to healthcare providers. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Carringer, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1936.
Representative Carringer moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1936. Bobby seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Carringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1936 on third and final consideration.
Representative Carringer moves passage of Senate Bill 1936 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Carringer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1936 was brought to us by the Tennessee Academy of Family Physicians, Tennessee Medical Association, the Board of Medical Examiners, and the Department of Health. And what Senate Bill 1936 does is it creates a pathway for international medical graduates who are enrolled in a Tennessee residency training program should be given equal opportunities for professional growth through moonlighting, means working extra jobs outside of the normal residency work hours, often in hospital emergency departments or short-staffed clinics. So it also makes a technical change that would make Tennessee's law a model for the rest of the U.S. to follow, while also cleaning up language to a bill that this body passed last session, allowing international medical graduates to more easily obtain a medical license here in Tennessee. So with that, Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Carringer renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1936 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays.
Senate Bill 1936 has received constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed. Without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2434 by Chairman Terry and others relative to civil liability.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2434 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Terry moves passage. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does, the issue at hand is that despite businesses having some privacy protections and processes in place, hackers and even foreign entities are maliciously gaining unauthorized access to protected information. And so what this bill aims to do is it provides that a private entity is not liable in a class action resulting from an event resulting in unauthorized access to or disruption or misuse of an information system or non-public information stored on an information system, unless the event was caused by willful or wanton misconduct or gross negligence on the part of the private entity. I renew my motion.
Chairman Terry renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 2434 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 76, 18 nays, 1 present not voting.
House Bill 2434 having received constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed by objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2419 by Representative Barrett.
Representative Barrett, at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to roll this bill to the heel of this calendar.
Without objection, roll to the hill of the calendar. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 1594 by Chairman Howell.
Chairman Howell, you are recognized.
Relative to transportation infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1594 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Howell moves passage of Senate Bill 1594 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Amendment 2 by Leader Lamberth. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt.
Representative Lamberth moves adoption of amendment number 2. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, could you please just describe what's amended here?
Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 2 designates the bridge on US Highway 31E on Johnny Cash Parkway spanning Drakes Creek near Memorial Park and the intersection of such route with Clearview Circle in the city of Hendersonville, the Oak Ridge Boys Bridge. That was at the request of the city of Hendersonville.
Any further discussion? Representative Pearson.
Thanks so much. Does this amendment have anything to do with the Ronald Reagan change that's supposed to happen?
Lear Lambert.
No, but Elvira would say we should all get behind the Oak Ridge Boys.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? We're on the board. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Whitson, aye. Has every member voted? Has any member which changed their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, 2 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Amendment number 2 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3, Belito Lambert, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 3 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the annual transportation omnibus bill for the naming of roads and bridges. There are 39 amendments filed by you, the members that make the bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Chairman Howell renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1594 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 99, no nays.
Senate Bill 1594 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion for reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 3002 by Representative Shaw, relative to Bolivar Energy Authority.
Representative Shaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 3002, third and final consideration.
Representative Shaw moves passage. Following second, Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Shaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a local bill. What it does is change the authority of who appoints members to the board at the local TVA authority there in Bolivar, moves it from the mayor's office to one of the members of the board. That's all this does. Pending any question, I move approval.
Representative Shaw renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 3002, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays, 4 present, not voting.
House Bill 3002 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion for reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk. Oh, Lear Lambert, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we take up item number 73 by Representative Butler at this time.
Proper motion, probably seconded. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk, call the next bill.
Mr. Speaker, that's item 73, House Bill 1805 by Representative Butler and others relative to vehicle registration. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2915.
Representative Butler moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2915, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2915 on third and final consideration.
Representative Butler moves passage of Senate Bill 2915 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and I defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 2. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Butler, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This piece of legislation is the Ethan Wade Walls Act, which will provide a prorated refund on commercial tags for owner-operators who own 3 trucks or less. And unfortunately, this piece of legislation came out of tragedy for Ethan Wade Walls. He and his brother Heath had dreamed of owning a trucking company for years. And in April of 2023, Ethan and Heath went to the bank and borrowed money to buy 2 dump trucks. And in May, Ethan turned his 2-week notice in to fulfill that dream by running his own trucking company. After years of driving for other folks, he would now fulfill the dream of owning his own trucking company. June the 27th, Ethan was fulfilling his dream of owning his own trucking company, driving his own truck that he owned, was hauling pavement down in Bledsoe County on a narrow road and rolled that dump truck off the mountain up there, and he was killed. And this piece of legislation will allow not only his family, but families like this that are owner-operators that have lost a loved one to get a prorated refund on those commercial tags as long as they own and operate 3 trucks or less. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Butler renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2915 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 98, no nays.
Senate Bill 2915 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Lear Lambert, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to take up item number 25 by Representative Chaplain at this time.
Proper motion, probably seconded. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Representative Capley, you're recognized. Oh, Mr. Clerk, next bill,
Mr.
please.
Speaker, that's House Bill 1881 by Representative Capley and others relative to assault against certain persons.
Representative Capley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1881 on third and final consideration.
Representative Capley moves passage, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, Amendment 1 by Representative Capley, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Capley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt. Oh, no. Oh, move for consideration. Sorry.
You've heard the motion, probably second. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 1. All those in favor of considering amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 78, 16 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having received the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 1 prevails. Representative Capley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1881. Oh, we're going to get back.
We're on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment back the Blue Act. And I move to adopt.
Proper motion, Bobby second. Moves to adopt. Any discussion on the amendment? Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find this to be a very interesting name, Representative Capley, the Back the Blue Act. When you and many members on your side of the aisle support a man for president who led an insurrection that officers got assaulted, this is about the name of the bill, Back the Blue.
Representative Jones, you can stick to the name of the bill. You're inferring other things out there. Please stick to the naming of the amendment. Representative Jones, you're recognized.
So this is called the Back the Blue Act. My question to the sponsor is, how can you claim to back the blue when you back a man for president who led an insurrection in which officers got assaulted? How do you claim to back the blue when you...
Representative Jones, you asked your question. Representative Capley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Myself and members of my caucus stand with law enforcement, and we're standing with them with this piece of legislation.
Out of order, out of order. Representative Jones.
How do you claim to stand with law enforcement when your side of the aisle refuses to listen to the officers in the Department of Safety who say they don't want to have open carry of assault weapons?
Jones,
they don't want to have
this legislation. Out of order. Out of order. You're off the bill. You're off the bill. We're on the amendment naming the bill. You're off the amendment. We are moving on. Representative Towns, you're recognized. Representative Capley. You're recognized, Representative Capley.
I renew my motion.
Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting on amendment number 1. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 77, 19 nays.
Amendment number 1 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Capley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 1881 enacts the Back the Blue Act. It enhances the penalty for assault against a law enforcement officer from a Class A misdemeanor to a Class E felony. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Capley renews his motion. Representative Towns, were you wanting to be recognized earlier? No, sir. Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. And sponsor, how does an individual's mental health and sort of the frame of mind that they're in play into whether or not this determination happens?
Leader Lambert.
So any type of mental health issue is a mitigating factor on the mens rea of a criminal act.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, sponsor. I'm assuming you're a sponsor too. So an individual who is having a mental health crisis, they could still be penalized under this as you said Class D, a felony. Just articulate how this plays into people who might not be in their right state of mind, potentially being penalized so harshly.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
And what you've described, extremely unlikely, but it would be handled the exact same way it is now under an A misdemeanor. So it's going from an A misdemeanor to an E felony. An A misdemeanor carries from 0 to 11 months and 29 days in jail. An E felony carries usually anywhere from 1 to 2 years as a Class 1, as a Range 1 offender. It can carry up from 1 to 6 if somebody is a repeat violent offender. So you can move up those classifications. So the mental health issues that, again, mitigate any kind of mens rea on a criminal act that requires intent would be the exact same as it is under current law.
Members of the gallery, especially those to my left, hissing and tapping on the rails is a disruption. Continue and you will be removed. That's your warning on the left side. Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Okay. Okay. So an individual who might be having a mental health episode could actually still face this felony charge, this increase from a Class A to a Class D felony. Is that correct?
Leader Lambert.
again, the same mitigating factors would be there. So if you can't, I mean, the burden never shifts from the state. Someone is innocent until proven guilty. And so to assault a law enforcement officer, that requires intent. It can't be reckless. It can't be flailing around. It can't be resisting arrest. It has to be an intentional assault on that officer, punching an officer in the face, brandishing a firearm, those type of actions, and it has to be intentional. So if someone is in the throes of a mental health crisis, then they simply don't have the required and the requisite mens rea to be charged with that. And it would be handled the same now as it would be after this bill.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, thank you so much for answering that, because that's one of the concerns that I have. The other concern that I have as it relates to what was mentioned earlier about back in the blue, I have family who's in law enforcement. My nephew's mom is a Memphis police officer. You all know what just happened in our community. And so the idea that people from other caucuses don't care about supporting law enforcement is false and is wrong. The reality is we care about and must care about ensuring that our law enforcement officers are doing the duty of protecting and serving our communities. And that requires all of us ensuring their safety, requires all of us doing what we can to make sure that folks can go home to their families. And in our fight and in our struggle, part of that has been ensuring not only that officers aren't encountering assaults, as this articulates, but aren't encountering people who have weapons of war when they go to work, aren't encountering people who have firearms who should not have access to them. Backing the blue, supporting law enforcement is more than something that you can name a piece of legislation. It has to be the intentional efforts and work to make our community safer. And that, my colleagues, we have failed to do. Increasing the amount of penalties, increasing the harm after it happens does nothing to prevent the harms from happening in the first place. Our responsibility, our jobs is to make our streets safe ahead of time before our officers are going onto them. It's to make sure that people do not have access to firearms who should not have them. It's to make sure that weapons of war aren't on our city streets and people don't have Glock switches and things like this when they're encountering law enforcement. You can't say that you just back the blue as this legislation articulates, but then you do nothing to ensure that the conditions that officers, including my family members, are encountering every day in our communities are not as safe as possible. You don't get to do both things. We have a responsibility to ensure that law enforcement officers' interaction with our citizens and our constituents are as safe as possible. Only increasing penalties after harm has happened does not do that. We have so many more things that we must do to protect our law enforcement officers in our cities, in our state. And so while this might be an attempt, there is so much more that we owe to the folks up there. Thank you.
Representative Chaplain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while there was a lot to unpack there, earlier when I said my caucus, I meant that my caucus is standing with law enforcement with this piece of legislation, and I would hope that we would have bipartisan support on the other side of the aisle. I would greatly encourage that. I'm not singling anyone out. I'm just asking for support and saying that my caucus is standing with law enforcement and those individuals that are sitting in the gallery and across the state of Tennessee. If you assault a law enforcement officer in the state of Tennessee under this piece of legislation, it will be a Class E felony.
Representative Moon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question has been called. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 75, 21 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1881, vote aye when the bell rings. As amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 86, 13 nays.
House Bill 1881, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Representative Chaplain.
If all the law enforcement would please stand in the gallery. Y'all please stand. Thank you all so much for what you do. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Out of order. Call up next. Come forward.
Mr. Speaker, the representative raised the point of order that the chamber was out of order for applauding while we were on the regular calendar. The speaker did bang the gavel. and call the body to order.
All right. Next order, Ms. Clerk. Or next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 6, House Bill 2024 by Representative Love, relative to mental health resources. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Todd, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to roll this to the heel of the calendar.
That's a proper motion. Probably second. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of rolling House Bill 2224 to the hill, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 70, 24 nays.
House Bill 2224, roll to the hill. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2011 by Chairman Vaughn, relative to health records. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2012.
Chairman Vaughn moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2012, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2012 on its third and final consideration.
Chairman Vaughn moves passage of Senate Bill 2012 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendment.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. And if I could have the body's attention, I know you will feel like it once we meet passage of this, but I would ask that you hold applause following the passage of this bill if it does make it through. Patients like convenient interactions with healthcare providers and systems. Innovation in the healthcare medical record space is ever evolving to be just that. This bill tries to help eliminate hurdles in that field so that patients can seamlessly transfer their records to the patient's healthcare provider of choice. With that, sir, I renew my motion. I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Chairman Vaughn renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. Just a quick question related to the Title 63 exemption. It gives all of these factors, the business associate's compliance history, whether the violation poses a significant risk of financial, reputation, or other harm, the amount necessary to defer the business associate's efforts to correct the violation. But then it says the size and geographic location of the business association as it relates to the penalty, the financial impact the penalty would have on the business associate's financial viability and ability to adequately serve an underserved community or population. And I was just curious why number 6, the size and geographic location of the business associate would matter to whether or not they would face the penalty.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you. Is that in the bill or is it that in Title 63 in the code, Representative?
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. I believe it's Title 63 code.
Chairman Vaughn.
I have no idea why the folks that put that into Title 63 did so. What we're doing here is we're working within Title 63, but only in the medical record space, which is a fairly new field. The main impetus behind this is that some medical records storage and provider institutes or businesses, industries, they were trying to claim ownership of the data that would come from providers as opposed to it being the patient's data. This bill is seeking to make it to where it's clearly known that the data is the patient's and that it can freely transfer between vendors, and no one particular vendor has a hold on that if the patient wants it to go operate between them. I'm not real sure about how that section of 63 works into it.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor.
Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question on the bill.
Question's been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2012, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Don't make me rule y'all out of order. Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays.
Senate Bill 2012, having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1960 by Representative Jernigan.
Representative Jernigan, at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request to roll the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk. Oh, Chairman Spicky, at your desk.
House Bill 390 by Chairman Sapicki.
Chairman Spicky, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you roll this 47 spots?
Without objection, roll 47 spots. Hey, Chairman Sapicki, can you tell us which bill you would like for it to be behind, please? That might be a little easier.
I believe it's House Bill 1628.
The objection, rolled to behind House Bill 1628. All right, there we go. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us to item 11, House Bill 2358 by Representative Carringer relative to dispensing prescription drugs. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Carringer, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2139.
Representative Carringer moves to substitute and form Senate Bill 2139, probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Carringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2139 on third and final consideration.
Representative Carringer moves passage of Senate Bill 2139 on third and final consideration, probably second. Ms. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1 is similar to Senate Amendment 2.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Carringer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2139 was brought to us by Tennessee Oncology, which is the largest oncology provider in Tennessee, and also by the Board of Pharmacy. And what the amended bill does is to license and register mechanical and electronic systems and cabinets in oncology and hematology clinics that store and control and dispense this specialty prescription drugs, thus effectively acting as the licensed mini outpost of integrated pharmacies. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Carringer renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2139 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays.
Senate Bill 2139, I received constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2607 by Representative Carringer relative to entities authorized to sell intoxicating beverages. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Carringer, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2427.
Representative Carringer moves to substitute and form Senate Bill 2427, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Carringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2427 on third and final consideration.
Representative Carringer moves passage of Senate Bill 2427 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kiesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 1 is the same as the Senate amendment. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Carringer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2427, just as current law, regulates the sale and distribution of hemp-based products. The ABC has asked that the legislature clarify in Title 57 that retail package store licenses are authorized to sell hemp-based products, which is current practice. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Carringer renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2427 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 75, 14 nays, one present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2427 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed by objection. Most read here stable. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1937 by Chairman Holtzclaw, relative to alcoholic beverages. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Holtzclaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1844.
Chairman Holtzclaw moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 1844, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Holtzclaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1844 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Holtzclaw moves passage of Senate Bill 1844 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Keesley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 1 rewrites the bill. We move to adopt.
Chairman Keesley moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 2.
Chairman Keesley, you're recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 2 adds an additional entity to the bill. We will defer to Representative Holtzclaw. For further explanation, we move to adopt.
Chairman Keesley moves adoption of Amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting Amendment number 2, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further.
Chairman Holtzclaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is the premier omnibus bill that allows specific identified locations to sell alcohol. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Holtzclaw renews this motion. Any discussion on the bill? Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, is this your last bill?
Chairman Holtzclaw.
Maybe my last bill, but I have a feeling I'll get to present it again later.
Leader Lamberth.
Fair enough. Thank you, sir, for your years of service and your friendship. We appreciate you.
Any further discussion? Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I didn't get to speak when we were all recognizing your service. So I just want to thank you for your friendship. When I first came down here, freshman Democrat, I sat on his committee. He didn't have to help me, but he took me under his wing, explained to me the process and the rules. And you, sir, are a real leader. I appreciate it. And I appreciate your friendship and your service to our state. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1844 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 77, 14 nays, 4 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1844, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed by objection. Most read here stable. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 869 by Chairman Lafferty and others relative to higher education. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Lafferty, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 833.
Chairman Lafferty moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 833, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Lafferty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 833 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Lafferty moves passage of Senate Bill 833 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment, so I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendment.
Chairman Lafferty, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. This bill does 3 little things. It clarifies that the Tennessee Board faculty and staff members do not have to come before the Senate for confirmation. It also clarifies that GPA requirement does not carry over from traditional dual enrollment eligibility to career and technical dual enrollment. And finally, it develops a working definition for quality non-degree credentials. And with that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Lafferty renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 833, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Littleton, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 97, no nays.
Senate Bill 833, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1623 by Chairman Williams and Representative Hale relative to regulation of traffic in school zones. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to the Senate bill.
Chairman Williams moves substitute and form Senate Bill 2771, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill as amended is permissive. I'm running this bill on behalf of Representative Hale. As many of the members might know, he's been struggling a little bit with his health. We just ask you to continue to pray for him and his family for a speedy recovery. And so this bill as amended makes it permissive and does not require the county to pay for new positions to fulfill a duty. A county or municipality must provide appropriate signage to inform drivers of the upcoming zones and additionally those who are directing traffic. What this bill does, it allows in his district and our districts, allows them to be able to employ people during those typical drop-off hours and pickup hours at their local school system. With that, Mr. Speaker and members, I'm happy to answer any questions the members might have as long as it's not too hard. Move passage on third and final consideration.
Chairman Williams moves passage of Senate Bill 2771 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Howell, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Williams, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I described it in the inappropriate time, but I'm happy to answer any questions the members might have.
Chairman Williams renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. To the sponsor, did I hear you say it's permissive for all 95 counties or merely Hales County?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's permissive for all 95 counties.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, sir.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2771, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 99, no nays.
Senate Bill 2771, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declared passed by objection. The motion reconsiders table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 743 by Representative Mitchell and others relative to retail package stores. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Zachary, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move this to the heel of the calendar.
Proper motion, probably seconded. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of rolling House Bill 743 to the heel of the calendar, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 63, 25 nays.
House Bill 743 rolled to the hill. Chairman Clemens, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise because I'm starting to see an alarming pattern here developing on the House floor.
Chairman Clemens, it's not a statement. I'm just recognizing you as a point of order or parliamentary question. It's not time to make a statement on the floor. Chairman Clemens?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that this pattern of conduct stop. Thank you.
Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2787 by Representative Barrett and others relative to building codes. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2635.
Representative Barrett moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2635, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2635 on third and final consideration.
Representative Barrett moves passage of Senate Bill 2635 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment 1. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2787, Senate Bill 2635 seeks to create a permissive change at the local level for local governments to be able to adopt a change in their building code as it relates to fire sprinklers in residential properties for 3 and 4 unit housing. This is to address an issue in our urban areas as it relates to affordable housing. This bill is limited only to properties that are 5,000 square feet or less, and again, 3 and 4 unit houses. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Barrett renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you don't know, I'm a fire sprinkler contractor, so I would encourage you to think very carefully about voting for a piece of legislation like this that reduces the safety requirements that are in apartment buildings. You never know who is living next door to you, whether they're cooking meth or whatever they're doing next door. And unfortunately, you can't control what they're doing in the unit next door to you. I have personally been in numerous apartment buildings that were saved because the fire sprinkler was there. There's nowhere in this legislation that requires the savings that they claim that this particular legislation would give the developer to pass that on to the occupant. It doesn't direct any of those savings. It just says, hey, we're going to take these out. So I would encourage you to vote against this piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have worked with the State Fire Marshal's office and various interested parties on this bill throughout the course of the committee process. There have been amendments put on this to get everybody where they're comfortable with it. And particularly, we've added in that the local level can also adopt the less stringent and less expensive 13D fire sprinkler system. So again, this does have safety precautions still in place, but it allows us to reduce the cost of building these so that there's more affordable housing options available for citizens of Tennessee. And with that, again, I renew my motion.
Representative Barrett renews motion. Representative Butler, anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage the 13D system in this piece of legislation. I even offered those suggestions when we were discussing this legislation in the beginning. However, this piece of legislation would make it that we can take those out. I would suggest that we amend the legislation to allow 13D systems across the board, because what was used prior to that was a 13R system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Barrett. Representative Pearson.
I'll pass. Thanks, Speaker.
Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2635 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 61, 23 nays, 12 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2635 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare it passed by objection. The motion reconsiders table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2328 by Representative Freeman relative to health. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Reagan, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to roll this to the heel of the calendar.
Proper motion, probably second. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor are rolling House Bill 2328 to the heel of the calendar. Vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 58, 24 nays.
House Bill 2328 rolled to the hill. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1723 by Chair Lady Hazelwood relative to the annual coverage assessment. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1740.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1740. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1740 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves passage of Senate Bill 1740 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Insurance Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kumar, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 2, filed as House Amendment 3.
Vice Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Vice Chairman Baum moves adoption. Committee amendment number 3, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 3, vote aye when the bell. Vote aye. Say aye. Sorry. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Shirley Hazelwood, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the annual hospital coverage assessment bill. We do this each year to fund a part of the TennCare program. This will actually bring $3 billion, $3 billion more federal dollars into TennCare. These dollars will be used by our hospitals, particularly our rural and safety net hospitals. These dollars will help to keep them in business, and it will prevent specific cuts to the TennCare program, which would be funded by this assessment. If we didn't have the assessment, then physician and other health professional rate reductions would occur. There wouldn't be funding for some of our critical access hospitals or graduate medical education. So a couple of things that are different about the bill this year. We are increasing the assessment rate from 4.87% to 6%, which is in line with our other assessment bills like the nursing home assessment. And also this assessment is going to be based on 2021 Medicare cost report. The previous assessment was based on 2019. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would renew my motion.
Shirley Hazelwood renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1740 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays.
Senate Bill 1740, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion for reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2002 by Chairman Farmer and others relative to judicial districts.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage House Bill 2002 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Farmer moves passage. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Russell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll to the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Call up next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1, filed as House Amendment 2.
Shirley Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and I defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Shirley Hazelwood moves adoption. Committee amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 2 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3 by Representative Pearson, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And my only concern with this legislation is related to Section 3. This would impact 2 of the courts in the 30th Judicial District, one of our circuit courts and one of our criminal courts. And so while the rest of the legislation, I'm sure, can be passed forward, taking away 2 courts from our particular county and community is wrong. We are already dealing with a caseload that is strenuous on our judges. And so now to have both of those, one in criminal court and one in circuit court, removed just doesn't make any sense. We need our courts in Shelby County. We do not need the state government taking them away for any reason or any purpose. I think this is not only an overreach of power, this is a dereliction of duty to ensure that everyone is able to see a judge, everyone is able to have a fair process as well. And so I ask that you take out Section 3 of this, and with that, I move to consider.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 3. All those in favor of considering amendment number 3, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 21, 76 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 3 failed. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us back to the heel of the amendment, Civil Justice Committee Amendment Number 1.
Vice Chairman Chairman Russell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this bill does, I remember my first year here in the legislature 12 years ago, and there was a lot of discussion about judicial redistricting, and also involved as judges, it involved district attorneys at the time. And the whole issue has been ever since then, how can we reallocate, whether it be judges or district attorneys, how can we reallocate in a fair way? Well, that way is called through the weighted caseload studies. The comptroller has conducted those. Historically, since 2002, the 30th Judicial District has been overjudged by as much as 2.5 judges, between 1.78 and 2.5. So now we have the opportunity. Unfortunately, in one case of one judge, we came this close to removing that judge here on the House floor about 3 weeks ago. Fortunately, that judge resigned, and hopefully she's down a path of recovery and does well. The other judgeship is going to be moved at the time that Miss Mary Wagner is going to be put on a Supreme Court. So the one thing we're doing that is very good is we're not taking anyone's career away from them. We're going to be moving at a time either judgeship gets moved. We're going to move both of these judgeships at a time they're going to be vacant. We're going to move 2 of these judgeships to 2 out of the 4 places that was indicated by the administrative officers of the courts that needed judges across this state. One's going to go to the 4th Judicial District and the other one up to the 19th Judicial District. So what we're trying to do here, and what my intent to do here is in a fair and equitable way, reallocate these positions to portions of the state that need them. I know there's mentions of these judges being overburdened at this point in time. Since 2020, the criminal cases in the 30th Judicial District has dropped by a third, from 22,000 cases a year to almost 16,000 criminal cases a year, according to comptroller's last study. The civil caseload hadn't dropped by as much, but it has. But the bottom line is the 30th Judicial District has been overjudged historically since 2002. And now is an opportunity for us to take these 2 judgeships from the 30th Judicial District and put them in places where they'll be needed. And if we need to come back and revisit this in a couple of years, once there's been some studies done, we can do so. But now is the time to do this without harming anyone's career. So with that explanation, Mr. Speaker, members, I move passage.
Chairman Farmer renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Towns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Representative, I understand that certainly you're trying to do something that you think is going to be good for your district. And I can respect the fact that you're talking about not ruining anybody's career. However, what we're concerned with there is the number of judges being depleted is going to increase the workload for the judges that are there. Now, recently we had judges here. About 15 of them came, testified in our weekly meeting that this is going to increase their caseload by 100, possibly 150%. One of our former members, 150 cases, one of our former members who served on this floor for a long time, she's contacted me, Carol Chumley, Judge Chumley now, states the very same thing. So that begs the question that if your process for you to be heard is being delayed, does it mean it's being denied? Well, certainly it's being denied a long time, which means you're not getting justice expedited. I think that the state should have coughed up the money. We shouldn't have to go to one person's district to satisfy something in another person's district. The state of Tennessee has the obligation and the responsibility to take care of all these districts. Pay the money, pay for it. Give judges in your district you need them. I'm sure you all need them. But the state ought to pay for it. They ought to pay for it now. They should pay for it every time we need it to be paid for, if that is the case, if we justify. The other problem, Mr. Representative, is that it's stated that the numbers are skewed, okay? They're sharing with us that the numbers are actually skewed. We don't have accurate data. We're asking for accurate data in order that you can make some kind of accurate assessment as to how much judicial judges do we need to put in place. Without the data, how do you make an intelligent decision? It's difficult, but they know it's skewed. The cases are not weighted properly, and they don't have the volume. There's been some relationship problems to get with the bureaucrats that are no longer there that knew how to do those reports. They retired. It's just like this state cannot run without having people that have been here a long time to make this operation run. We got to have those people, and we need them down there as well. So we don't have the accurate data. But the judges think that their case is going to go from 100 to 150 cases. That's too much. That's too many. And we could actually fund it. We should fund it, figure a way to fund it. Now, let's go to the future. Let's say we find out that the data that the comptroller actually secures bears our case out in Shelby County. We think that we still need those judges. We may even need some more. The problem becomes with the judges being gone, I'm going to liken it to the wheel tax a long time ago that we did. Once that sucker's there, it never goes away. How quickly will we be able to re-expedite or expedite getting those judges back to Shelby County? What do you think would be the time limit if we find the data that supports what we're saying for those judges to return to that jurisdiction?
Chairman Farmer.
Yeah, and thank you, Representative Towns. That's a great question. And you had made mention in your statement that that your clerk's offices do not have the experience to turn in and report the numbers. You talk about having experience here and people knows what they're doing. It's my understanding that your clerks don't understand how to work the system. So I think the answer to your question would depend on how fast can we get someone into the clerk's office in the 30th Judicial District that can teach them how to operate the software that's there in order for us to get that information here. So that's really going to depend on the locals in the 30th Judicial District. How fast can they learn to operate the software that they currently have in order to give us the numbers, the accurate numbers that we need to make that determination? So I think a lot of that, to answer your question, depends on your local government.
Representative Towns.
Mr. Speaker, we don't want to leave it in limbo. We gotta, hopefully with the comptroller's office, we have the expertise, hopefully at the state level, to expedite and find what these numbers are. But let's say we found out today or the day after, how much time will it be before they transition back to be able to help work those cases? People, if justice, the process is delayed for too long, that's not good for us. And we need to figure out how to pay our bills if we need judges in our particular area. I'd love for you to answer that question, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Farmer.
I think, Mr. Speaker, I don't have the answer to that question. Representative Towns, you've been here much longer than I have, so I renew my motion.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, we've talked about this, and obviously I'm against it just because you are taking some judges from Shelby County when we're already, I mean, I'll give you just one example. In our criminal court, a friend of mine was murdered in 2018, and that case has still not gone to court because of the workload. We can point a lot of different fingers at different entities over that specific case and the hundreds of others that have been waiting, but all this does is really pulling out the carpet from under us while we're already in a crisis. And with that, I ask my colleagues to vote against this. Thank you.
Chairman Farmer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Gillespie, I appreciate all the hard work you've done for your community. I know you're passionate about it. I don't know how many times you've came to me and asked me to reconsider my position on this bill. So I just want to thank you again for your passion and your hard work and how much you fight for your community. But I'm in a position here to where I just want to move forward with this piece of legislation. So thank you for your comments.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you in advance, sponsor, for engaging me. I want to put a couple of things out there. One is that the comptroller has put out a snapshot, I believe is the way that it's referred to, that tells us quite frankly that the comptroller's office has not been able to do an updated caseload study since 2019. And it cites the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the resulting changes to court operations, and outdated case waits. I'll repeat the last one, outdated case waits. In lieu of updating the judicial weighted caseload study during this period, the Comptroller's Office has conducted related research projects. The state law requires the Comptroller to maintain and update a weighted caseload study for the state trial court judges, district attorneys, and public defenders. So that's the technical way of saying that we don't have enough data to justify acting one way or the other. I would say to you that if we're going to start playing musical chairs with our judges, that it's not beneficial to the justice system of the state of Tennessee. There's been a lot of anecdotes and rumors about the amount of work that our judges do. I've spoken to Judge Carol Chumney a few times over the past few weeks, and each time I've contacted her, quite a few times rather, that I contacted her, she was writing opinions and giving her time to research while she was sitting with her mother in the hospital. These judges do hard work. And I think the estimate has been by some of the more seasoned judges that 80 to 90% of their work is done off the bench, researching, writing opinions, reading motions and petitions. So it's not fair to criticize and generalize that just because a judge is not on the bench, that the need is not there. I would cite again from the Comptroller's page that there has not been updated data for a weighted caseload study for any of the judicial districts in Tennessee over the last 5 years. The reason that the law obligates the Comptroller to do an annual update is because there are changes. So I would say to you that we need to maintain the status quo until we know what we're doing. But moving judges back and forth, putting the timing and the scheduling that our judges in Shelby County are already pressured by, and there's no doubt about it, the judges have assessed and they say instantly that they're going to have 100 cases dropped on their docket as soon as this is legitimized. So I would ask you to reconsider, sponsor. I cannot support your bill. I understand your rationale, but I will tell you that until we have adequate data from a current judicial district weighted caseload study, we're flying blind and we're doing injustice to the justice system. But thank you for listening, sir.
Chairman Farmer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hardaway, I appreciate the conversations we've had over the past few weeks. A couple of things. One, I've based the numbers off numbers from 2002. So frankly, I think we have numbers to 2022, but even to take your 2019 numbers, I base this need off of almost a 2-decade trend line. So that's how I base that need. Also, you made a statement that 100 cases would just drop into judges' laps if we pass this. Well, you got to remember that the criminal court judge that we were about to remove and she resigned hadn't worked for 14 months. So these judges had already absorbed that caseload. So there's nothing that's going to happen unless those cases just sit dormant for 14 months, which I don't see that happening. But I don't think this is going to have near the impact that you think it will. I think this will provide an adequate amount of judges for the 30th Judicial District as well, providing support to other districts that need it. So I appreciate your comments.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. And sponsor, a couple of questions. What year was the data compiled by the Comptroller related to sort of the use of judges?
Chairman Farmer.
Yeah, and thank you, Representative Pearson. That's a good question. The data I have begins in 2002 and ends, I believe, in 2020.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. So the last 4 years or 3+ years of data is not included in sort of how this legislation has come about. It kind of stops at 2020, the year of the pandemic. Is that right?
Chairman Farmer.
Yeah, that's correct.
Representative Pearson.
The challenge that I think comes with legislating in this way, not having the most accurate data, is that we can and ultimately will make decisions that are less informed than they otherwise could be. Post 2020, a whole lot of things have happened, have changed in our criminal legal system, in our country, that we would probably want to have accounted for in making a decision that would actually take 2 judges away from the 30th Judicial District and Shelby County in particular. I don't think that the solution is taking away our judges to any problem. And the idea that you articulated that, well, judges have already had to maneuver to figure out how to take more cases, like that isn't a good thing, right? The fact that people are learning how to overwork themselves to try and meet a baseline of cases on their docket is not an ideal situation. And so for us to use our power instead of lessening the load of judges so that they can get through more cases, so that they can see more folks in front of them, and instead say, just figure it out and do more with less, like, is not good policy, is not good legislating, is not a good idea. And so I don't think, and I really hope that we don't do this, like taking away counties' judges is not a good idea when we have a responsibility to ensure fair and speedy trials. We have a responsibility to ensure that people who need to be in court have the opportunity to do so, and that cases are not inevitably prolonged because you have just judges taking on more than they otherwise are supposed to. And I appreciate the fact that this is an attempt to be data driven, but it's missing the most significant data that has happened in the last few years here that might otherwise have told us that Shelby County or the 30th district actually needs these judges. So using outdated data that's from pre-pandemic times to address the concerns and the issues that we have now just does not sound like or seem like a good idea to me. Is the only reason this is being done because of the statistics that you have found? And is it not possible for this body to just increase the amount of judges for the 2 other areas that you're stealing them away from our county for?
Chairman Farmer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Pearson. I appreciate those questions. Well prepared as usual, and I appreciate that. Yes, I have based the majority of my position off the comptroller's data that began in 2002, sir, up until about 2020. There's some other caseload studies that have been out there and some other committees that were appointed as well. I haven't mentioned that here because I would like to rely on the state comptroller's office's numbers, frankly. There are other portions of the state that I believe has been identified as being overjudged as well. I just saw this as an opportunity, not an attack on your district, sir. I just want you to know that this is strictly numbers driven, and I've been transparent with that the entire time I've stood here, and anyone I've spoke with as well. So I just saw this as an opportunity to move one soon-to-be vacant judgeship and another current vacant judgeship over to 2 other judicial districts in the state. But you ask if there could have been an opportunity maybe for the governor or someone else to put this in the budget. That certainly could have happened, but it didn't.
Representative Pearson.
And when I talk to judges in our community and we look at the concerns that we have about our criminal legal system and getting people in and having their days in court, the reality is, like, we have a responsibility to make that a reality and a possibility. This idea does not do that. It is going to increase caseloads. It is going to make it more difficult in Shelby County. And I appreciate you saying it's not an attack on our district, but it is. And the ramifications are going to be dealt with by people who live there, people who are judges there. And there was a different way. And I think that's something for us to think about. There was a different way that would not have had this impact on our community. And we did not take that. And I think that is wrong. And that is where we should and ought to do better. Thank you. And thank you, Sponsor.
Chairman Farmer.
I renewed my motion, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the sponsor, I too do not like your legislation, but let me say this, I do understand it. I understand the numbers, I understand the data, I understand what our role here is. Whenever someone asks me, how can you best describe the General Assembly, I said, or particularly the House of Representatives, I say there's 99 of us who are battling for resources. I said it's a constant juggle and battle for resources, and some days you win and some days you lose. And in this case, unfortunately, we're losing. And that gives me sadness, but it also is a cautionary tale because elections have consequences. What we see, what this should serve to all of us is that we elect people who are incompetent, who do not know how to use systems, who do not know how to fill in data, who do not know how to provide the data that is required to justify their existence, that someday someone will notice and use that data against you. That is where we find ourselves. We, for whatever reason in Shelby County, we have really struggled in positions that are really things that we don't notice about. They're not the political headliners. We've got a circuit court clerk right now, or a criminal court clerk that's struggling with data and is now indicating that we're overjudged. So what's going to happen? We're going to lose a judge because that's the reasonable take from the rest of the state. We've got a county clerk who the comptroller's already been down there and intervened trying to reconcile their books, that was reelected shortly after she couldn't get license plates out to people on time and is therefore impacting our struggles or impacting our finances. Elections have consequences. This bill in front of us today is a result of that. So, Mr. Sponsor, I'm not even going to blue light your bill. I'm going to vote red because I don't want to lose these capabilities from our districts. But I want you to know that it's an understanding red. It's one that hopefully will do better at the ballot box and in candidate selections to where we can get people in these positions that will serve our counties better. Thank you.
Chairman Farmer.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Vaughn, and I want to thank you, as I told Representative Gillespie, for the commitment to your district and your passion as well. So with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Miller. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Farmer, if it's one thing I can say about this bill is that you've done something that is somewhat rare in bringing this bipartisan membership of the Shelby County delegation, where we have the Republicans as well as the Democrats saying, no, work with us, and that's a good thing. We've stood up, we've said in Shelby County together that we oppose this legislation. I'm not going to vote for it, but I'd like to make a motion to re-refer this back to calendar and rules for further study.
That was a proper motion and proper second to refer it to calendar and rules. There was objection, so we are on the board. All those in favor of re-referring to calendar and rules, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no.
Boyd, no.
Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 72 nays.
Motion fails. Representative Holtzclaw, for what purpose?
I was going to call previous question.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, chairman, we had this conversation in committee about the assistants and the executive assistants that they don't have, and that in Shelby County and one other county are the only 2 out of the 95 that don't have assistants. And it's creating even more pressure on the system. You committed to me in committee, and I would hope that we could talk about this now with this vote pending, your position on that. So could you talk to me about these assistants that we don't have, they're sharing? We have several judges, 2 and 3 judges using one assistant, which is putting more pressure on a system. And now we're about to take a judge out of there to add even more pressure on those 3 that they have.
Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leader Camper, I appreciate the conversations that we had. Thank you for those. I don't quite understand how these metro counties operate. They're much larger than where I come from, right? With our 4 county judicial districts. I mean, even if we had another judge added, we'd be up to 5. I think Shelby County has 30 plus judges. So it's kind of hard for me to comprehend how that works, but that may make sense to me too. It's my understanding that if this bill passes, those 2 positions will stay there. Those executive assistants will stay in Shelby County. And as we talked about in committee, I would be committed to helping, standing right beside you, signing on to a bill, co-sponsoring it, to allow for every judge in this state to have their own judicial assistant.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You mentioned that the assistants will stay. What about all the other supporting staff? Would this bill impact the support staff for those 2 judgeships, since they are going to have to spread these cases amongst the remaining judges?
Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, this wouldn't affect any of those support staff. Anything, this could potentially, well, I'm not even going to go there. This shouldn't affect any of those support staff. Those executive assistants are staying. Those are there. They'll stay there. 2 judges may or may not leave, depending on what happens. We got to pass it here, and it's also got to pass the Senate. So.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a lot of conversation around reducing just 1. And I know dialogue is going on. Could you give me an update on that? Does this bill just compromise and just take the 1, or in the posture that it's in right now is both judges?
Chairman Farmer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This removes both of those judgeships, and I intend to move forward with it as is.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would hope that if once it gets in the Senate and they adopt an amendment reducing it to just the 1, which is something we've talked about, you consider adopting the Senate amendment. Is that something you'd be open to?
Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just focused on getting enough votes to get all this well today, and then we'll worry about that down there when that happens.
Leader Camper.
Understand your point. Thank you for that. Also, Mr. Speaker, earlier I was, you didn't hear me or see me, but I was trying to get you to recognize that I felt the chairman was off the bill when he started talking about various different clerks and bringing in the criminal court and all of these other clerks. It has nothing to do what this bill is dealing with. It has nothing to do with the clerk in this particular system where you're talking about taking 2 judges. So for the record, I wanted to clarify that those clerks he spoke about has nothing to do with what you're doing with this bill.
Chairman Farmer.
That's correct. This has nothing to do with your county clerk.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative.
Representative Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 2002 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 71, 27 nays.
House Bill 2002, having received a constitutional majority, I declare passed without objection. The most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 430 by Chairman White.
Chairman White, at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I request that House Bill 430 be rolled behind House Bill 390?
What number is that on the calendar? Without objection, so ordered. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1930 by Representative Gillespie and others relative to the Parental Accountability Act. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2571.
Representative Gillespie moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2571, probably second without objection, so ordered. Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2571 on third and final consideration.
Representative Gillespie moves passage of Senate Bill 2571 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate Amendment Number 1. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this is my Parental Accountability Act. What this bill does, and it is permissive, so it is not required to happen on every single instance. After a child is found delinquent by a court more than 2 times, then there would be an order of restitution that would be paid by the parent or the guardian of the family. That would be $250 for a misdemeanor act, $500 for a felony act, not to exceed $1,000. And if the court finds that parent or guardian indigent or unable to pay that restitution, then community service can be ordered. Again, this is permissive, but I strongly encourage our juvenile court judges and other judges, when relevant, to exercise this option when they feel it is appropriate. This is about accountability and making sure that parents know where their loved ones are. For the most part, they do, but they're turning a blind eye in some cases. And with that, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Gillespie renews this motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative. So let's just look at this. I think I understand the intent of your legislation, but let's talk about hypothetically. You've got a single parent working 2 or 3 jobs to put food on the table for their child, can't afford child care, can't afford somebody to stay home and watch their child. The state or the local community hasn't invested in after-school programming sufficiently to address the needs of this child. There's no extracurriculars for this child, and that child goes and has idle hands and gets into trouble. So now this single parent working 2, 3 jobs, probably minimum wage or a little bit more, you're going to want the court to fine that parent for doing the best that they can under difficult circumstances because other people have failed to do the job and provide that child alternative outlets. Does that basically sum up this legislation?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And Chairman, you're making a big assumption here, or maybe you're not, and I'm not understanding your question, but this is happening only after that child has been found delinquent on more than one occasion. So to say the parent doesn't know what's going on, I find that very, very difficult to believe.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate that response because, you know, most parents across the state of Tennessee are doing the best that they can with very, very little assistance. Now, if we haven't invested in after-school programming, we haven't invested in community endeavors to make sure that that child is getting the attention they need or being channeled into a positive environment with good role models, it's not necessarily the fault of the parent. Now, the parent may know if that child has got in trouble once or twice. But my question is, what's that parent left to do? Are they going to quit their job? Are they going to, how are they going to give that child more attention if that child cannot get into other positive environments to get maybe the attention or direction he or she needs in their life? And now, permissive or not, we're going to punish that parent for doing the absolute best that they can under difficult circumstances. That's the reality for a lot of families in the state of Tennessee and single parents. They're doing the best they can. And now you're going to hold them accountable. You're going to punish them. I mean, that's what it appears to me this legislation is doing. Now, if you want to tell me I'm wrong, if you want to clarify this, please go right ahead.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in my former life, I was in nonprofit development, and one of those things that I did was raise money for the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Memphis. They are not at capacity. There are multiple other organizations that are both privately funded and receive government funding that are also not at capacity. So for you to tell people that people do not have any options in the state or in the Greater Memphis area is completely 100% untrue. And I will continue to help develop and raise funds for those organizations when time allows.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I too ran a nonprofit to channel youth into positive programming and activities outside of the school and outside of their house. But I will tell you that there is not enough. There's not even enough transportation to get those kids to the places. There's not enough direction to make sure those kids are being facilitated. We put up barriers to prevent teachers from being able to tell kids that these opportunities exist when they exist. So let's talk about being fair to these children and their families. Let's talk about being fair to single parents. I'm sick and tired of the attacks. I'm sick and tired of the criminalization. We can do better. You should do better if you've worked with these children. You should know the circumstances they're facing. You should know the challenges they're facing in the community and the home. We are not going to solve this problem by criminalizing parents who are doing the best that they can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I do want to remind everyone that this still allows the judge to make those decisions. If there are extenuating circumstances, multiple jobs, whatever the case may be, health reasons, et cetera, this still allows the judge to make those decisions.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. And sponsor, I'm not quite sure, but I think some of my questions might not be relevant if you give the right answer to the first one. I'm on the number 2 is where does the restitution go? Number 3 would have been whether counseling for the parents and the juvenile would be mandatory. Number 4 would be whether the fine amount is at the judge's discretion. Number 5 would be how does this legislation, if passed, mesh with our newly found understanding of how the concept of blended sentencing is going to be integrated into our new statutes. But my first question could make all the rest of them moot. Did you say that it's totally permissive on the part of the county?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. It is I'm not sure about the county, but it is permissive for the judge does not have to do any of this. If the judge does not want to order restitution for whomever, that is their prerogative. So we're not telling anyone has to do anything. And what this money would go to would be aiding in, the expenses that law enforcement have incurred from those previous delinquent acts. Because again, we're talking about children that have already been found delinquent multiple times. And all this is doing is saying a parent should know where their children are. And if they do, which most of the cases they do, if the parent knows that car in the driveway isn't theirs, if they know their child is not in through curfew, if they know their child has not spoken to them in a couple of days, these are things that parents know. And so all we're trying to do is to create a mechanism for a judge to be able to exercise this and allow these parents to be better held accountable.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. And that explanation makes the rest of my questions moot. So I appreciate this is a much better bill as amended. Thank you, sir.
Representative Johnson of Knox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One thing that I know is, as this bill applies currently in Knox County, I know that we have a judge that takes into consideration greatly the importance of maintaining the family and not overtaxing the family with fees and fines like this. However, I don't know the case in all 95 counties of Tennessee, and I can't expect that judges are going to be that way. But we need to think about every situation. And a lot of us don't come from a background where we understand how others grow up. But if you're living with a grandmother as a guardian, some kids are living with great grandmothers and as a guardian. And to make these folks responsible for this behavior, to me, is outrageous. Also, I've been told over and over that foster parents will fall under this as well. Say you weren't there when the child was adjudicated, but you take the child later, it gets another another charge, and you could be fined for that. The situation with the kids I taught in high school that had these problems, this is why they were in my classroom. And so what the problem was the parents would call the juvenile court and say, look, my son or my daughter has done this, because they didn't know what to do and they were at their wits' end. So they wanted to self-report on where their child was and what their child was doing. However, if they self-report now, they could be fined. That's going to get them to be quiet about what is happening. We're not working with parents, we're working against them in this situation. There are parents that want help, that want to report what their child is up to, and if they do that, they will be fined. I know my judge in Knox County will not do this, but we can't say that about all the counties, and then when this particular judge leaves. So we're putting a lot on this, and we're putting a lot on parents, and we're keeping them from reporting themselves. I just think this is a bad idea.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'm trying to get to the permissive part of the bill. So my question is, normally when we say a bill is permissive, that means a county can opt in or opt out. So if we have if we have with the hotel motel tax, whatever that is. So when you say this bill is permissive, is that what you're saying? Or are you saying that a judge has discretion? Those are, to me, in my mind, those are two totally different things. So I'm just trying to get clarification on if Hamilton County says we do not wish to apply this to our citizens, do they have that right?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It says may in here. I can read the amendment if you'd like me to. It is on the dashboard, but it does say the word may in there. It does not require anyone to do anything. It is just simply allowing a judge, whether they're in Knox County or Shelby County or anywhere in between, adding this to the toolbox, adding this to their toolbox. That is all this is doing. And if you have a problem with your judge exercising discretion, then I suggest you take that up at the ballot box.
Representative McKenzie.
You didn't answer with that last statement. That had nothing to do with what I said, nothing at all. So I do take somewhat offense at that. What I'm asking is, does the county have the discretion? And you're asking me a different question. I do not see. Could you read, please, the sentence that says a county may or may not use this bill? Like you just said, is in your amendment. Could you read that, please?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Again, we do lots of things in this body that has nothing to do with counties. It has to do with positions. We don't say orthopedic surgeons can only do this in Shelby County and not somewhere else. This is just allowing a judge to have this as an option. If the judge does not want to do it, the judge does not have to do it. So yes, it is permissive. I'm trying to answer your question. I don't know how else to answer it.
Representative McKenzie.
I'm sorry, and I don't want to I don't want to waste time, but you keep saying this bill is permissive because a judge can change. That is not the definition of permissive. That is discretionary. A judge can use his discretion. So again, I'm not trying to be difficult, but when you say this bill is permissive, that means something. But when you say that, it's not the correct statement. This bill is not permissive. Every one of our 95 counties, if we pass this legislation, will have to enact this law. This is not a permissive bill. So again, you were trying to attack me, but I'm just trying to tell you that this bill is not permissive. And if folks want to pass a not permissive bill, then that's their voice and their opinion. But when you state that this bill is permissive, that is not accurate. That's all I'm trying to get to. And I think that's what you said. The only may in that bill is a judge may use discretion. But this bill is not a permissive bill. And it misrepresents it when you come to the well and say that. And that's all I was trying to point out to you. This bill is not permissive. So I'll ask you again, can a county, one of our 95 counties, Obion, Hamilton, Hawkins, can any of these counties choose to say we do not wish to enact this piece of legislation?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, yes, a judge in one of those counties could choose not to use this. So I don't know how else to explain that to you. My understanding is that this is not requiring anyone to do anything. It is only giving them the option to choose this and exercise if they want to. And we can go back and forth here. We can look up the words that you're using and I'm using to see what their true definitions are, but I'm answering your question. I am answering your question.
Representative McKenzie.
I think most of the body understands what permissive means. Does this apply to foster parents?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Say that again, sorry.
He's out of time.
Okay.
Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the sponsor, I was going to ask the same question. Does this apply to foster parents?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. So during committee, we did hear about this question was asked several times, and I was told by DCS that there were certain processes in place that would make it so that it did not apply. But I also want to, again, let you know that this has judicial discretion, that the judge can take all those factors and the judge can say, oh, you're from a foster family, we're gonna exercise a different option here in our tool belt.
Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would you entertain putting an amendment on there for making sure that we clarify that piece so that way foster parents aren't placed in liability at this?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. No, not at this time, but if you want to do that next year and bring this back, I would love to have conversations with you if that is in fact a problem, but I'm being told it's not by DCS.
Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, currently in the language, it currently says parents, legal guardians, and whoever has custody. So it would align with foster parents as well. We don't want to jump in that range. So I'm asking again, would you consider that as an amendment, just so that way we can make sure that we're not putting any fault on the foster parents?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you. Again, I've had those conversations with them, and I'm being told that it does not apply. So there are processes in place. If you would like to speak to them, I welcome that.
Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm looking at it right here, and it says this amendment adds to the present laws above by providing that if a child is found to be delinquent for a second or subsequent delinquent act, then the court may enter an order of restitution against the parent, legal custodian, or guardian who had custody of the child at the time of the act. And so if the foster parent has custody of the child at the time of the act, then it would put them at fault. So I'm trying to find out how anyone could have told you otherwise, or how they interpret it differently.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You'd have to talk to them about that. But again, I will say that the judge can use these opinions and factors to make their decision.
Representative Harris.
And Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. And sponsor, I understand that, but you're the sponsor of the bill. And as the sponsor of the bill, you're carrying forward this message that parents, legal custodians, or guardians who had custody of the child at the time of the act are responsible for these expenses.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be very clear here. What I'm saying is, and again, I've already answered your question, but what I'm saying here is if your child, someone living in your house, is doing things they're not supposed to be doing, you probably have some idea of it. And if they've already been found delinquent multiple times, you should have some knowledge of it. And we're allowing a judge, if the judge wants to, and if after all the factors of the case and the considerations, whether they're a foster parent or whether they live in Shelby County or wherever, there could be a million different factors at play here. This is in the hands of the judge. I am not a judge. I'm being told what I'm being told by DCS. I don't have any other way to answer your question, but no, I would not entertain adding that amendment at this time.
Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm thinking back to a member in our community back home in Memphis, and she's in her late 80s. And so with her and having to manage the young man that she has with her, she's actually trying to raise him the best that she possibly can. And a situation occurs, multiple situations occur. So she's now liable as the grandparent to be able to have to pay these fines if implemented by the judge.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's making the assumption that the behavior does not stop. This is the point that I'm trying to make. We're trying to address this behavior so that there won't be a fourth delinquent act. There won't be a fifth delinquent act.
Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over in West Tennessee, where I live, we watch Channel 3 News. And at 10 o'clock every night, the newscast will come on and say, it's 10 o'clock, do you know where your children are? That's when parents are involved with their children, they know where they are. I appreciate the efforts that you're putting forth here. Whenever I did something as a child that would have got my dad in trouble, I promise you, he would have taken greater interest in it. We're just wanting parents to be parents once again, to be in charge of their children, taking responsibility for their children. And I applaud your efforts that you're bringing forth here to make sure that parents are involved with their kids. Once again, it's not government's responsibility, it's parents' responsibility to raise their children.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion, and thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. And sponsor, for folks who are indigent, it says that you're going to do community service at about how much per hour is each hour of community service going to be an equivalent to?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. That actually, I believe, would be up to the judge and the processes that they already have in place when declaring someone indigent.
Representative Pearson.
So I think that's a little bit of a challenge because in your legislation, it articulates that a person who's indigent has to do community service. You don't know how much community service a person would have to do, how many hours they would have to do in order for them to meet the financial requirements that you articulate in your legislation?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you so much. Again, this is about allowing the judge to use the discretion that they see fit. And I thought you were for that.
Representative Pearson.
Yeah.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. I'm going to keep together. Okay. I'm against this bill. It's a bad bill. It fails to meet the requirements that need to be met in order to help people. But I did want to know, because I didn't see it in here, are there any services that are offered the first time that a child is delinquent? Is that automatically in here? Do you articulate that?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill only addresses holding parents accountable. There are numerous services in different juvenile courts and juvenile holding facilities all across the state. Do we need more of those? Absolutely. Does this bill address that? No.
Representative Pearson.
Yep. Thank you so much, Speaker. And listen, sponsor, and to my colleagues, we all want to do things that help to make our community safer, that ensure that we know where our children are, or our nephews and nieces, our family members, that they are doing things that are productive, that they are becoming contributive members to our society, and in fact, that they are alive, not dying due to issues of gun violence. Those are things many of us at our core desire. This is a bad piece of legislation. And the reason is it does not seek to address any of the root causes that would lead any individual person or child to having two delinquencies. It only seeks to punish parents for the fact that their child is delinquent twice. But the legislation, again, that comes out of this, the language of people who want to be tough on crime, and the language of people who want to talk about the individuals and not the systems, this is where this type of legislation comes from. But it doesn't do a single thing to give more resources to the parent or to the legal guardian. It doesn't say anything about making sure that the kid who's in juvenile court gets more resources to prevent them from ever coming back. It only says if this happens again, there's going to be more of a punishment on the parent. But we have failed to provide parents the resources that they need to care for their children. We don't have a minimum wage that ensures that people are not in poverty. We haven't guaranteed transportation or public transportation for people in our communities. We haven't made sure that the bottom floor for people socioeconomically ensures that they are not in destitute poverty. We have not done the things that we are supposed to do. And someone mentioned, it's not the responsibility of government to raise children. It's also not the responsibility of government to just hand out billion-dollar tax breaks without ensuring that we give billions of dollars of investments into the very communities that we're seeking to police with legislation like this. There's a fundamental disagreement about what government is supposed to be doing.
But I believe that it is supposed to be supporting those who have been pushed to the bottom. It's supposed to be supporting the kids who need more interventions. It's supposed to be investing resources into our communities and into our schools. It's supposed to make sure that there are after-school programs. It's supposed to make sure that parents have enough to not just survive, but to thrive. It's supposed to do everything it can to create communities where people can thrive, and we have failed to do that. And the punishment now is going to be on the parents instead of the people with power, which is us.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to you supporting another version of this bill in the future that would put this on the front end. Thank you so much for your comments.
Representative Dixie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know we've talked about a lot of assumptions here, and going back and forth on a lot of things. But I want to give you like a real life situation and example. And I just talked about my mentee / son that was murdered for trying to help a young man out. His mom, they went through the juvenile courts, even went above and beyond. He had a mentor, someone that tried to pour back into this child. The mom was actually trying to do what she could, but she couldn't. How would this legislation help or get to the root cause of the delinquency? Can you help me or help me understand how this particular piece of legislation will help this single mom who's went above and beyond to try to get her son some help, but she couldn't. But she's going to be punished under this legislation. Is that correct, or am I misunderstanding?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe this does address the root cause. The root cause that we're talking about in this legislation are instances where behavior went unaddressed, where the parent or guardian could have stepped in earlier before they entered the judicial system, before they entered a police car, before they got in those handcuffs. The parent should have said something on the front end. This is allowing that to happen, and I strongly encourage all of our judges to exercise this when it's needed, so that hopefully my goal, my legislative intent is for this to be so that the parent can prevent that from happening in the first place, so that the guardian can prevent their child from getting in those handcuffs in the first place. If you just keep track of your child and know where they are, then we can at least make my community a safer place.
Representative Dixie.
A couple of things. This bill is reactive. It's not proactive. It doesn't stop any of those things from happening. This is an after the fact bill. So I think you gotta kind of understand a little bit what your bill is doing. This person had been through the judicial system. She tried the juvenile court system, set parameters. The mom tried to adhere to the parameters. And when he broke those parameters, she asked for help. The young man went to try to go get the young man from the place where he wasn't supposed to be and got murdered for it. My question to you is, this does not address the root cause of delinquency. This does not. And it's very reactive, and we must do things in order to help people and give them the resources in order to make things better. I just wish that we could look at things from a holistic point of view and not from a punishment point of view. Because we have to give people the support that they need in order to do this. Everybody is not cut from the same cut of cloth. People have different challenges than most people in this room have to face. Some people have to worry about where their next meal is coming from. Are the lights going to be on? Where am I going to have a place to sleep? These are the certain things that they have to deal with, in addition to making sure that they have all those things in shelter over their family's head to try to make sure that their child gets their homework in school and do these other things. So I'm asking you again, what is that parent supposed to do, and how would this legislation impact that parent who's tried everything that they're in their human possibility to try to help their child? How would this impact her at that point, other than punishment?
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the entire point of this legislation, is for the parent to be proactive. That is exactly what we're doing, is for the parent to be proactive so that before they have a child that gets into the juvenile justice system, they're proactive. This is to encourage, because if the parent knows if they don't watch their child, something bad's going to happen to them, I would hope that parent would try to do a better job.
Representative Dixie. Oh, sorry, that 5, almost. Representative Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. There's a long list. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does every member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote, please.
75, 22 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2571, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
72, 24 nays, 2 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2571 and received constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed by objection. The most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2283 by Chairman Haston, relative to school safety. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Haston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2215.
Chairman Haston moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2215. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Haston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2215 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Haston moves passage of Senate Bill 2215 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The same as the Senate amendment, so I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Haston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill simply implements some consistent guidelines for digitizing the school mapping process. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Haston renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 2215, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays.
Senate Bill 2215 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2553 by Representative Reedy and others relative to property.
Chairman Reedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2553 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Reedy moves passage. Following second, Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 2.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 3.
Chair Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Hazelwood moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 3. Following seconded, any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee Amendment number 3 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Reedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to share a document with you that will help support this piece of legislation. And in this, it's the foreign holdings of U.S. agriculture land through December 31st, 2020. This is a USDA report that has been filed. And in this document, I'm going to ask you to just picture in your mind several columns. And each of our counties in the state show numbers of property that are owned by foreign entities. And so what I will do is I'll get to the right page here. So I'll reference Stewart County. The first column shows Canada, how much property they own, the Netherlands, how much property they own, Italy, United Kingdom, Germany, and the last column is all others. So for a quick reference, Stewart County, there's 34,877 acres that the state of Tennessee does not know who owns this property. Another example would be Lawrence County, 21,982 acres. Lincoln County, 12,910 acres. It goes on and so forth. To get to the piece of legislation, last year we had used a list, and it was the sanctions, the United States Department of Treasury sanctions list, visited with the Secretary of State and Attorney General's office trying to get to where it's an easy reporting of such. But what we did is decide in this piece of legislation, that list that you can look up is 22 CFR 126.1. It's got 24 countries on it. And in the reporting of this, it shows who reports, as in agriculture property, but we report it to the Department of Agriculture. The other list will be going to the Secretary of State's office. Yes, resident aliens are legal to own property. If that country is on the list, they need to be recognized as far as a business, recognized by the Secretary of State or CFIUS, which is a federal regulation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Reedy renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 75, 18 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2553 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 83, 13 nays, one present, not voting.
House Bill 2553 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1229 by Representative Hemmer relative to real property.
Leader Lamberth, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to roll to the Hill.
It's proper motion, Bobby seconded. Any objection? There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of rolling House Bill 1229 to the Hill, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 67, 22 nays, one present, not voting.
Roll to the Hill. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 351 by Representative Hardaway relative to industrial development corporations.
Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 351 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hardaway moves passage. Following seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to move to adopt and let the sponsor provide further explanation.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption. Committee Amendment Number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee Amendment Number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. First, I want to thank Chairman Vaughn for his patience and the work that he's done with me over the past few years. It's taken a long time to get this bill in the proper posture. We've done so, and now we're moving ahead with what I believe is going to be an opportunity for small and local businesses to be able to build the type of framework where they can prosper, the same as we've done for some of the larger corporations. This bill will require no expenditures on the part of ECD. EDGE, our Economic Development Growth Engine for Memphis and Shelby County, has agreed to step up and provide the necessary personnel and funding, city and county, Memphis and Shelby County, so that this will work. So we'll build this from ground up with input from the small and local businesses, and you'll see that it's going to make a difference in how these businesses can figure out what's best for them. And I'll just note one other thing. Most of you know that for me, economics and education determine how free you will be in America today. This is just one piece of what I believe is going to empower our communities to be able to fight back against the poverty, the illiteracy, the crime that's ravaging our communities currently. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll renew my motion, pending any questions.
Representative Hardaway renews this motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Parkinson at Chairman White's desk.
Move previous question.
Previous question's been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 351 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, 1 nay, 4 present, not voted.
House Bill 351 and received constitutional majority. Everybody clerk passed without objection. The motion for reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1731 by Representative McCalman and others relative to parking. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative McCalman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1692.
Representative McCalman moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 1692. Properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1692 in third and final consideration.
Representative McCalman moves passage of Senate Bill 1692 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Ms. Clerk, call first amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to adopt.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting committee amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 2.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're moving to adopt this one too, and we're going to let the sponsor give us a further explanation.
Chairman Vaughn moves adoption committee amendment number 2. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting committee amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative McCalman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this bill does is it creates the Motion Act, and in order to save you all from the pain of having to hear me explain what the motion stands for, you could read the acronym yourself. What this bill does is it allows recategorizes all towing definitions into one chapter within code. It puts some prohibitions on effectively banning predatory booting of vehicles within the state. Essentially, unless you are a paid parking lot owner and you are the company that owns it, and you have an employee of your company, you cannot subcontract anybody to go out and put boots on a vehicle. It puts some time in place where they have to take a boot off, and it puts a cap in place as well. There's some other stipulations as to when and where they can't tow and how they can tow. And with that, I will stand ready for questions, and I renew my motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative McCalman renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Rudd.
Thank you for bringing the bill, but I do have one question. There's a new technology that some are starting to use now where it uses a plate that goes on a windshield rather than a boot with suction. Is that covered in this?
Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Speaker. Chairman Rudd, it does have some language in there with regards to license plate readers, yes.
Representative Rudd.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1692 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Glenn, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 97, no nays, 2 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1692, I received a constitutional majority. I hereby declare it passed without objection. Most for consideration table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2774 by Representative McCalman and others relative to illegal immigration.
Representative McCallum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2774 on third and final consideration.
Representative McCallum moves passage. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kiesling, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment number 1. We're going to defer this to Representative McCalman for further explanation. We're going to move to adopt.
Chairman Kiesling moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendment.
Representative McCallum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what House Bill 2774 does is it essentially requires a report to be ran annually by the DAs at their annual conference to assess the cost of incarceration of illegal immigration within our Department of Corrections, as well as our local county DAs upon charges and convictions. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative McCallum renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. I know this came through our committee. Does this legislation in any way is it in any way going to actually support or have resources that support people in our communities who are immigrants?
Representative McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's irrelevant and immaterial to this bill. This is talking about folks who are currently sitting in our county jails and our prisons within the state to simply assess the cost that is costing Tennessee taxpayers. So I would say no to that.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you so much, sponsor and colleagues. This is probably the 50th bill that says something, quote unquote, illegal in it. And so we see where the political priorities are. But when it comes to actually doing things to improve community, to actually support those who are coming into our state or into our country, we are failing to do anything substantive or substantial in that regard. I think this legislation falls in line with other legislation that seeks to demonize, alienate, and move forward a negative narrative about those who are in the United States, those who are in the state of Tennessee, who are undocumented. What's also challenging and just needs to be noted, people who are non-citizens typically commit 30% less crimes than people who are citizens, according to research from Stanford University. But this legislation aims and targets, again, people who are in our communities who are immigrants. It puts forward this negative narrative about people who are in our communities who are immigrants, and it takes time away from this legislature doing all that it can to support the people who are in our communities who are immigrants and people who are in need of resources. We should not continue to use our valuable time and energy picking on, bullying, and targeting folks who are immigrants in our state. This legislation, resolution after resolution, that continues to try and tell us that there's something different between us, tries to separate us. These are not the types of policies or laws that we should be supporting. And none of it, even this report that you're asking to be developed, will mean nothing if we don't effectuate legislation that supports communities that are in need of it. So what? You get data about the number of people who are undocumented and incarcerated. So what? These don't mean anything if we don't do our jobs to prevent people from being incarcerated, from preventing people from being in these situations by providing for the resources that all communities deserve and all communities need. This is why I'm sick and tired of this type of legislation that is nothing but a political bullhorn to say that we do not care, we do not want people to feel welcomed in our state who are immigrants. Like, we have to stop this. And we need to do a better job at supporting all of our communities, especially those that are immigrants and in our need of it. Thank you, Speaker.
Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Speaker. I renew my motion.
All right. Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker, and thank you for bringing this bill. You know that we have legislation that works together to address this. I appreciate your courage in bringing it forward. I often hear some of our colleagues who want to think from a well-meaning perspective address the word immigrant versus illegal, and there is a clear definition there. And so I appreciate your courage in bringing this forward to recognize the difference and to try to support Tennesseans as we have sworn an oath to do so. Thank you.
Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Fritz. I appreciate the support and those kind words. Thank you.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My concern with this legislation is, again, this pattern of trying to correlate immigrant, undocumented with crime. There's this narrative in this body that's trying to portray brown people as being more criminal, more dangerous to society. And it's a racist narrative that we have to challenge every day in this body. Every week we've stood on this floor and we've put up this punching bag of immigrants. We've used them as this tool of distraction, deception, and deflection because it's an election year. That's the truth about it. And every year we have to fearmonger and try and portray somebody as other and justify hate, when really what this is about this deep-seated fear that America is changing, it's becoming more diverse, more multiracial, more black and brown. And that's what this legislation, this pattern legislation is about, is that people are afraid that America is changing and becoming more majority minority. And I just want to say to my colleagues here that there's nothing to be afraid of. There's nothing, you don't have to be afraid of brown folks. We are here together trying to build a nation that uplifts human rights and that centers the beloved community. There's nothing to be afraid of. That our friends who are coming here to this nation, just like your grandparents were welcome, we welcome them too. Bienvenido, bienvenue, welcome to the United States of America, because this is a land of immigrants. And the representative to my right tried to reference the difference between immigrant and illegal, this very harmful term of illegal alien that's a very divisive, poisonous term that we should condemn. And so my question is when your ancestors came here without papers, were they undocumented? Were they illegal? Were they immigrants? When they came from Europe, when they came from Ireland and Scotland and England and France, what were they when they didn't have the paperwork to be here? Because this was always Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Shawnee, Yuchi land. And so again, I'm just very concerned that we're using this term illegal on stolen land. And so I think we must continue to challenge this. This is about compiling a report to try and portray people who are immigrants as being more incarcerated, I guess. I don't know what the purpose of this is. It serves no legitimate, compelling government interests. It's not going to do anything to address incarceration. It's not going to do anything to mitigate crimes. It's just to create a list and to create this registry and this documentation to feed into a false narrative that is rooted in racism, that's rooted in fear-mongering and hate and bigotry, and that should be condemned. And we cannot look at this legislation outside of the scope of the larger pattern that we've seen throughout this session. And so I think, again, I can't support this legislation. I think you know that. I come from one of the most diverse districts in the state, and this is, again, rooted in this narrative of white supremacy that is just so tiring to come up here every week and have to speak about and educate about and talk out against, because it's not something that that is solving anything for the betterment of Tennesseans. And it's tiring, but we're gonna, every time there's an anti-immigrant bill, you can expect me to raise my hand, because the people in our community deserve to be supported, championed, defended, and we will always call out white supremacy. We will always stand up for our immigrant brothers and sisters and siblings, because they are worthy and they contribute to our state. They make our state a better place to be. And if you don't like immigrants, then stop going to our restaurants. Stop asking them to drive your school buses and to pick your crops. Stop asking immigrants to clean your hotels and to clean this very Capitol. If you're so afraid of immigrants, then stop having them be the heart and soul of this nation that is getting things done. Because in 2020, we called them essential workers, and today we want to call them illegal aliens when they're the reason why our nation is moving forward. And so I'm deeply concerned by this legislation. And so, again, to the sponsor, why is it that you want to feed into this narrative of trying to portray immigrants with criminal activity? Why do we continue to fall into this rhetoric And what does it serve to make our state safer? How does it make our state a better place to be? And do you disagree that it is racist in nature? To the sponsor.
Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm not going to give that question the time of day. Instead, I'm going to say that this simply generates a report of people who have committed crimes within this state to assess at how much it is costing Tennessee taxpayers. It's nothing beyond that. It's an annual report. Tennessee taxpayers should have a right to know where their tax dollars are going, particularly for folks who are not legally within this country, who've committed violent crimes and are sitting in our prisons and our county jails. So with that, I renew my motion. Thank you for your comments.
Representative Jones, you're recognized.
I mean, again, what is the difference? If we want to see how much taxpayers are being charged, why does it matter if someone's an immigrant or not an immigrant? I mean, again, this is about fear mongering. And if people want to see where their taxpayers are going, it's going to corporations with these corporate tax cuts that are shameful. And that's the waste of taxpayer.
Representative McCalman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Renew my motion.
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just appreciate Representative bringing this legislation, because I hear, just like many of you in this room hear every single week from our constituents that are very concerned about this very issue, about folks that have literally broken into our country. They are here illegally. They have committed crimes, and they're sitting in our jails. What is that costing us? The taxpayers demand to know, and this, my friends, is one mechanism when we can at least start to be the process of learning exactly what this scourge is costing our society. So I thank you, and I applaud you for bringing this legislation.
Representative McCalman.
Chairman Todd, thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker. Again, I appreciate the support.
Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with my colleagues in opposition to this legislation. I too represent a district that is very diverse, that celebrates the contributions of immigrants throughout our city, state, and country. You know, the thing that strikes me about this bill is we're talking about studying the cost of incarceration. This body has continued to increase and pass laws that punish immigrants. That is raising the cost in itself. If you want to study something, study all the bad bills that we passed that continue to incarcerate immigrants who are going about their day working, contributing, trying to make our communities a better place. That is the immigrant spirit that we should all celebrate. And let me say this, when you talk about those contributions, we're only looking at, a colleague mentioned something about a scourge and breaking in. You know, that is not representative of the immigrants that have come here. That is not representative at all. If we want to study something, then what we should do is study how much money immigrants are contributing to the Tennessee economy. They pay sales tax. They pay other taxes like property taxes. They are contributing in vast ways. They are filling jobs that many people here already refuse to fill. Without the backbone of our immigrants, we would be devastated. Why don't we look at and punish those corporations? If you want to do something, look at the corporations that are looking the other way at times for these jobs and punish them. The demand is still there. Corporate America, the dirty little secret here, you all know, corporate America wants immigrants here, legally or not legally, because they want to fill these jobs that many Americans will not fill. Many of these immigrants are here and they want to gain rightful citizenship. But we put up objection over objection, obstacle over obstacle to do that. We should fix the immigration crisis. That is a clear step we could all be taking. If we wanted to be proactive here, I've seen all these resolutions that we're sending to Congress. How about a resolution that would demand that the Senate take action and fix immigration? That would be worthwhile. Studying the impacts of immigrants would be worthwhile. And yes, some of these people are here that are undocumented. Many of those are the children of immigrants. They have known no other life but the American life. And we should do right by them. I am tired of seeing all of these anti-immigrant bills on this floor. Immigrants are contributing to our society every single day. And my question for the sponsor is, why are you studying the incarceration rate and the consequences of those that we've incarcerated, but not studying the economic impacts of immigrants? If you want to study something, you gotta examine both sides of the coin. So why not look at all the benefits that immigrants provide to our city and state? Thank you.
Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague from Davidson County. This is certainly not an anti-immigrant piece. This is doing a study and an assessment of the cost of illegal immigration within our state, and the ultimate goal is to be able to create a standing for us to claim recompense from the federal government. So, and yes, I would welcome seeing the federal government do something to fix our southern border. All we can do within this state is to mitigate the symptoms of it, not the root cause. And with that, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Hearing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2774 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Doggett aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 24 nays.
House Bill 2774, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The most reconsidered is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2842 by Representative Vital relative to agriculture. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Vital, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2377.
Representative Vital moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2377, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2377 on third and final consideration.
Representative Vital moves passage of Senate Bill 2377 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment 2.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Vital, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill simply would clarify the activities covered under the agricultural exemptions of the Water Quality Control Act as it relates to rock removal versus rock harvesting. TDEC was gracious enough to work with me on the preparation of this bill, which helps add clarification to the existing statute. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Vital renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Fritz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 2377, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 83, 10 nays.
Senate Bill 2377, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. Most reconsider table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1600 by Chairman Williams relative to juvenile offenders.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage on third and final consideration of House Bill 1600.
Chairman Williams moves passage. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt, defer the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Halsey moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to roll to the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have Amendment 3 by Chair Lady Hazelwood. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed. However, it simply corrects a typographical error, so it's exempt from the amendment file deadline.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move for adoption.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of of amendment number 3. Proper motion, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're on the board. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 3, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, no nays.
Amendment number 3 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to the Hill. House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment 1 as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill originated through my district attorney located in Cookville that does a district attorney General Dunaway in the 13th Judicial District. The speaker and my senator had several years ago 2 juveniles who had a plan to shoot a couple of schools. Their parents found the plan prior to them doing that, and those juveniles together were eventually adjudicated delinquent of those crimes. And in collaboration with my district attorney, we were looking for a mechanism by which we could find a way to prevent those juveniles, once they turn 18, still preserve their records, to prohibit them from purchasing a long gun or a weapon until their 25th birthday. This bill is the result of several months of work between many parties, including the Chiefs Association, the Sheriff's Office, Sheriff's Association, the TBI, many stakeholders on both sides of this issue, particularly the Speaker and his Chief of Staff. What this bill would do, it would allow for those adjudicated delinquent of these heinous crimes, to give you an idea, aggravated burglary, aggravated rape, aggravated assault, and those things, if they're adjudicated delinquent in our courts, and our courts are our juvenile courts are the strongest as it relates to juvenile delinquency. If they're found adjudicated delinquent of those crimes, then the deferment of their ability to purchase a handgun until the 25th birthday would be in place. That's done by the court clerk's office, submitting within 3 days of the juvenile adjudication to the TBI TIC system. Their juvenile records are preserved. In the event that the juvenile chooses to have their rights restored on their 19th birthday, they can petition the juvenile court for a chancery court or criminal court hearing where they can come before the court and prove that they are worthy to purchase that weapon based upon the lowest level, and that's the preponderance of evidence. And so that way their rights could then be restored in order to purchase if they prove they're capable of doing so. This bill has been a labor, to say the least. I'd like to thank the parents who have come by to see me from here in Nashville, particularly in my own district, in an effort to try to curb the tide of this. I think one of the best things that this bill will do for the citizens of Tennessee, if there is an adult that currently convinces a juvenile to commit a crime in our state, that's punishable. That adult is punishable. But if they do commit those crimes, there's no repercussions past their 18th birthday. This would carry it forward so that a district attorney in the criminal courts in our state would be able to notify that juvenile that the repercussions of their actions as a juvenile will carry into adulthood and therefore possibly prevent crime. With that, Mr. Speaker, members, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I renew my motion.
Chairman Williams renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative, I will applaud you. I appreciate you doing this. I know you've probably gotten some hateful emails from some folks, but like you said, you've had a lot of people who support this. Good job. This is proven that we can meet in the middle and we can get something done. So thank you for doing this.
Representative Johnson and Knox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the bill as well. And to the sponsor, thanks for those conversations that we had with the questions that I had. I heard from TBI and I heard from you that this would not affect voting. I hadn't heard from the Election Commission, but I'm going to go on that information. So as far as you know, this will not keep anyone from voting until they're 25, correct?
Chairman Williams.
Yes, thank you, Representative. No, that would not be the case because juvenile court records are sealed, and those rights once they turn 18 would still be allowable. This would just prohibit them from being able to purchase a gun until their brain fully develops at 25.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much for getting that question answered for me.
Representative Parkinson.
Move previous question.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1600 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, 2 nays, 5 present, not voting.
House Bill 1600, having received the constitutional majority, hereby clerk passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2074 by Representative Butler and others relative to taxation.
Representative Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 2074 on third and final consideration.
Representative Butler, Ms. Passes, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation comes out of a tornado that touched my district a number of weeks ago, and unfortunately and fortunately, they did not have enough damage to trigger the TEMA and FEMA dollars. So this legislation would allow for residents that have had damaged homes and so forth to get a tax credit on their sales tax for appliances, building materials, and so forth to provide them some relief. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Butler renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you so much, Speaker and sponsor. I appreciate this legislation and believe that it is a good bill and will definitely be supporting it. And fortunate that it didn't reach that standard, but it is good that we have something, or we'll have something in place for those folks who would meet the threshold for this legislation. So thank you for that. And the other thing, and I don't know, this really isn't to you, sponsor, but Speaker, someone was removed without you even saying something out of the balcony.
Representative Pearson, you're out of order. We're moving on. Representative Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Butler renews his motion. Representative Towns, you're recognized.
Call for the question.
Previous question's been called. All right, point of order. We're on previous question. Any objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 2074 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 97, no nays, one present. I vote.
House Bill 2074 and receive a constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed without objection. Most read to table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2497 by Chairman Hurt and others relative to persons with disabilities.
Representative Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2497 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hurt moves passage. Following second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Terry moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hurt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, our state's facing a challenge. We have many adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities who are aging alongside their parents. Due to lack of options, many adults are at home, often isolated with their aging parents or family. Meanwhile, the parents and family members fear where their adult children will go once their parents or families pass on. This bill sets up a pilot project to allow for a very much needed option, an option that is being used and is very successful in a significant number of other states. We'll be providing homes for no more than 66 adults in Middle and no more than 24 adults in West Tennessee. Those numbers cannot change unless we as the General Assembly pass a new law and change them. None of the homes built can have more than 8 individuals with intellectual or developmental disabilities living together. Tennessee currently has a limit of 4, but most other states allow for 8 or more. These adults' homes will be part of a community that includes neurotypical adults and families also. Daily aspects and activities of the individual's experience will be based on the individualized support plan that have been developed with caregivers and family. The department and nationally recognized third parties will conduct oversight and reviews of both participants and report annually to the Health Committee. There are multiple parties that have worked together to get this legislation to this point. With this amendment, we will make sure our very special adults are protected and happy. It's important to note that this is private pay and completely optional. No one is forcing anyone to live in these homes. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Hurt renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Jernigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't, first I want to say I don't question your motives or your heart at all on this matter. I spoke in committee several times about my worry on this bill. And I won't get into everything that we went through in committee, but I will say this. In 2016, we shut the door on congregate settings and institutions. We shut the door on that. And now we fast forward that with this bill, we're going to crack it just a little bit. And what I worry about is when cracking this, that it's going to get a little wider and wider, and I worry about the future of congregate settings because we're putting these individuals in, frankly, we're putting them in dormitories. And it worries me that we, for 30 years, had this language. We're altering this language now for a developer in private business to come in and say, hey, let's change this law just for us. And I understand it's private pay and it's for parents to put their children that they're worried about in, but the person with the intellectual disability, frankly, doesn't have a choice in the matter. And that's what bothers me, because the person with the disability doesn't have the $75,000. The parents does. And that's where they want to go, then that's where they have to go. So I'm going to be voting no on it for those reasons. But I also want to stress, I don't think that you're wanting to go back to where we were in the horrific conditions we had since the 30s. So with that, Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Representative Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And colleague, I share your concerns. I also have concerns with the aging population of our individuals with intellectual disabilities and where they'll go and where they're going. And no, I have zero intention of going back to where we were, but I do want to see us take this step, which, as we mentioned in committee, I feel is a good, small, controlled step while we expand the conversation and we start having these conversations and we make sure we protect these individuals as much as we can as we move forward. But it is a crisis that we're facing, and we've got to start taking these steps moving forward. And I just feel that this is a good controlled step to show that we can do it. As I mentioned earlier, it has been done in multiple other states with multiple other homes, and they are having success. And I feel like we can do the same.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. I've signed on. I appreciate the fact that we're finally starting to address the nuances that come with a graying population. And this is merely one, but it's an excellent start to recognizing and dealing with those challenges that are going to come from Americans who are living longer, but there are more of us now who are living longer. And this situation is just one of many. So I thank you for addressing this. It's needed. Affordable housing, it's a form of affordable housing legislation too. So I'm supporting your bill and urge others to.
Representative Hurt.
I appreciate your words and I appreciate your support and the support of taking the steps moving forward.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 76, 21 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2497 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 83, 11 nays, 4 present, not voting.
House Bill 2497 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2650 by Chair Lady Haynes, relative to Health Facilities Commission. Mr. Speaker, Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Haynes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2022.
Chair Lady Haynes moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2022, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2022 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Haynes moves passage of Senate Bill 2022 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's similar to Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Government Operations Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2, same as Senate Amendment number 2.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Haynes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation improves the Tennessee Health Facility Commission's ability to regulate nursing homes and assisted care living facilities. It's drafted in collaboration between the HFC and the Tennessee Health Care Association. It allows for more regulatory flexibility and swiftness without diminishing quality standards of patient care. Other cleanup changes, including in this legislation, have been brought by HFC by other stakeholders to address necessary statute changes. It's a large cleanup bill. All parties agree to the changes. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Haynes renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2022 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does a member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 97, no nays.
Senate Bill 2022, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The most reconsider table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1046 by Chairman Vaughn and others relative to housing.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1046 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Vaughn moves passage. Second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Shirley Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Shirley Hazelwood moves adoption of committee amendment number 2. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of committee amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have Amendment 3, but Chairman Vaughn, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized. Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 3 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendment.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1046 seeks to create the Tennessee Rural and Workforce Housing Act. The Tennessee Housing and Development Agency currently administers the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit, LIHTC, which was created by the Tax Reform Act of 1986 under President Reagan. 1046 creates a state program that mirrors that federal program, allowing THDA to leverage more federal tax credits and incentivize development of workforce housing in more rural areas of Tennessee. This year, we had a little bit leaner budget than we wanted, so this will be enacting legislation and sets the program up, yet there will not be any funds in it for the coming fiscal year. And that's what House Bill 1046 does. I renew my motion.
Chairman Vaughn renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. Right now, is there funding available for this? Or are you saying when federal funds run out, this state fund will sort of kick in? Just trying to get clarity of the mechanism of how this will work.
Chairman Vaughn.
No, sir. The federal funds are flowing through the federal program. What this does is this sets up a state program that will be funded within our budget that will add to that. Currently, 25 other states around the country have supplemented what that program was with their own state program and with the credits against state taxes, and that's what this will do.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Is the intention that this would go to residents who are doing development, businesses who are doing development? I'm just curious. I think the tax credit federally would typically go to sort of first-time home buyers, not necessarily to businesses. And so how does this work for us? Because I think it's to the tune of like $17 million in unallocated tax credits. So we're talking about a fair bit of money going into this fund, and just want to make sure that it's actually going to our constituents. And a little concerned that in here I'm seeing, tax credit may be allocated among some or all of the partners, members, or shareholders of the business entity or association owning the qualified project. Things like that doesn't sound like it's going to, that 17 million is going to our constituents, but rather potentially to some businesses. And so how does the 17 million get allocated in a way that we know would be benefiting our constituents?
Chairman Vaughn.
Let me give you the tax credits would be available to the investors in the development. It's not to the people. I'll give to their benefit later. You can claim against liability for premium taxes, retaliatory taxes, franchise taxes, and excise taxes. So these are credits against those when people can use whenever they're filing their tax returns. They will have been granted these credits before. But what we're trying to do is stimulate growth and investment and development in rural areas to where the return on investment is not as great. You see people go into hot business markets, they go in and they develop rents are enough to where they can substantiate and provide the necessary ROI to make the risk worth the business. What this is doing is this is giving in an area where there are suppressed rents, but yet the cost of materials and labor are still as high to construct the housing. And so what this will do is this will give someone an extra profit margin to chase. They'll take marginal profit on their deal in search of this making up the difference on an investment property so that they can provide something that would be at the market rates in these areas where the rates would be depressed. And this requires that 50% of any state credits would be going to rural areas. So that's what the purpose of this program's for.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. The developments that are, so I understand this now, so thank you for the clarification. It's supporting potential development in rural areas and things like that we, again, are subsidizing these developers to do, which we just subsidized in our budget of like $1 billion to give to corporations. And so it's a lot of money, right? That is not necessarily going directly to taxpayers, going directly to residents. And so that's just a source of tension for me. But in understanding how this program is supposed to be used, is there a requirement that folks who are building residential, so apartments or something like that in our rural communities, have a certain amount of people who are lower income in those homes? Or is this, they're just going to build and whoever comes is who's there at the market rate?
Chairman Vaughn.
Yes, sir. The LIDEC program provides incentives for development of affordable housing for households that earn 60% or less of an area's median income. So it is for those folks who need those, we need to drive a lower rent product to them, and it's as a result of them earning 60% or less of the median income.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor.
Representative Shaw. Representative Shaw.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call for the previous question.
Question's been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1046 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, 1 nay, 1 present, not voting.
House Bill 1046 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2528 by Representative Gant and others relative to school safety.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Don't think I didn't notice you were watching me as I walked, and you delayed there a little bit, so thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2528 on third and final consideration.
Representative Gant moves passage. Party seconded. Ms. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for explanation.
Chairman White moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Party seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of committee amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of committee amendment number 2. Party seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of committee amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is it establishes a mobile panic alarm pilot program with 48,000 to be administered, and previously it was at 60,000. The Senate moved it to 48,000. And this will be administered by the Department of Education. The pilot program aims to provide grants to local education agencies to offset the cost of mobile panic alert systems. The systems must be approved by the Department of Education in consultation with the Department of Safety. And each grant division will be eligible for these grants, and each school will be eligible for up to 8,000 per grant. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Representative Gant renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. Thank you. Look, we have to do everything that we can to ensure that teachers and those who are in education never have to hit panic buttons, never have to hit buttons saying there's an active shooter in our school. And the challenge that I have with this legislation is twofold. One, it is not addressing guns getting to the schoolhouse door. But the second thing is when this bill was presented, there was a private firm who makes these buttons in the room. A company that would profit from this legislation was sitting there as it was presented. Now, it's all right to be pro, capitalism and all those things. But it is deeply concerning to me that resources would be spent that are supposed to be making our schools safer would be spent to go and give another handout to a private company after an active shooter incident has already begun, after there's already been a terrible problem at the school. Like, this is not preventative legislation. And that is deeply concerning to me, that we again are preparing for tragedies instead of preventing them. And now seeking to put lots of money in the preparation of tragedies instead of doing all that we can to prevent these tragedies from coming to our schools in the first place. And while we're at it, we're benefiting a private company that makes panic buttons for teachers to wear in schools. And so, sponsor, I appreciate the idea that there's more that we need to do and processes that we need in place in order to make sure that teachers can alert people because we failed to do our jobs in preventing guns from getting in school. We failed to do our jobs in ending this gun violence epidemic. And because of that, children are terrified, teachers are terrified, educators are terrified about the ramifications of our inaction and cowardice on such a significant and important issue. I understand that. But I don't think doling out so much more money to private corporations is the solution. Passing laws to prevent guns from getting in our schools and being at our schools is the solution. Not giving teachers a panic button. This does not meet the root cause problem that we have. It again placates it. It gives another corporation a lot of money to say that they're doing something to help us with school safety, but they're not. And this legislation is not either, sponsor, which is why I cannot support it and ask that we do things intentionally and meaningfully and seriously to make our schools and our community safer, not have a grant program that gives people a panic button in school. Like that isn't the solution. And my mom has been a teacher 22 years. Like, that isn't the solution that teachers are asking for or administrators are asking us for. Thank you, Speaker and sponsor.
Representative Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Leah Watkins, the Director of Schools in Henry County. She came all the way up here when we were in committee. Their school actually uses this panic alarm system. So she was in committee and gave testimony of how efficient it is and the operation of it. And I will point out that Sequatchie County Schools, Clinton City Schools, Granger County Schools, and Bristol, Tennessee City Schools uses a system of this nature. So it is being used. This is not something new. And I would like to see us expand this. And next year, I plan to come back and expand this grant pool of money to be able to offer more money for our schools across this state to take advantage of this, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2528 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, 4 nays.
House Bill 2528 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2318 by Chairman Williams and others relative to healthcare providers. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move substitute and conform Senate Bill 2136.
Chairman Williams moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2136 by second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage on third and final consideration of Senate Bill 2136.
Chairman Williams moves passage of Senate Bill 2136 on third and final consideration by second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Government Operations Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill to make technical corrections not contained in the Senate bill. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for explanation.
Chairman Reagan moves adoption of committee amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of committee amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This, for the first time, this bill would codify the scope of practice between physicians, assistants, and place between the scope of practice between physicians, assistants, and physicians and their collaborative practice agreement, which would include ordering tests. It enumerates some of the medical procedures they can do. It gives the authority for a PA to be able to sign a death certificate. It also makes 2 different pockets of PAs, one with 6,000 hours of clinical training or clinical hours, one less than 6,000. If they do less than 6,000, then their current practice does not change. If it's more than 6,000, it allows a little freedom as it relates to the scope of practice that they do. It also sets a standard as it relates to the board. If there was an issue with the standard or practice of care, that the Department of Health would oversee any of the discussions or differences between the two. And in both cases, a physician assistant and a physician would have the right to have a expert testimony. And finally, ultimately though, the collaborative care agreement is on the physician to make sure that the patient's services have been adhered to. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to answer any questions the members might have.
Chairman Williams renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Sponsor, Chairman. Thank you for the bill. Are APRNs included in this bill also?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you. Originally, they were started to be in the bill, but they didn't want to define their scope of practice and put it in statute, so they're completely excluded from this bill.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 78, 18 nays, 1 present not voting.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2136 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays, 3 present not voting.
Senate Bill 2136 having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed by objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 867 by Chair Lady Littleton relative to the sale of alcoholic beverages on commercial passenger bus. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Charlie Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0993.
Charlie Littleton moves substitute form of Senate Bill 993, probably second without objection. So ordered. Charlie Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0993 on third and final consideration.
Charlie Littleton moves passage of Senate Bill 993 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Ms. Clerk, call up first minute, please.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 1 is the same as the Senate amendment. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Charlie Littleton, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As amended, this authorizes the sale and consumption of alcohol beverages on certain commercial passenger buses. With that, I remove my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Charlie Littleton renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 993, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 66, 23 nays, 6
Senate
present, not voting.
Senate Bill 993, on receipt of Constitutional majority, everybody declare passed by objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1248 by Chairman Powers and others, relative to abuse of elders and vulnerable adults.
Chairman Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1248 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Powers moves passage following second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw in favor of the Finance, Ways and Means Amendment.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of committee amendment number 2. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of committee amendment number 2 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1248 creates a TBI Elder Financial Abuse Hotline. We have an estimated $500 million of elderly financial abuse reported in Tennessee every year. House Bill 1248 authorizes a financial service provider that has reasonable cause to suspect that an elderly or vulnerable adult is victim or target of financial exploitation to convey the suspicion to TBI's financial exploitation reporting mechanism. It will also provide the data we need to know exactly how many of these attempts are made each year, how many investigators we may need in the future, and where they are needed. The need for this bill is to help prevent scams of financial exploitation for those that are 65 years or older or other vulnerable adults before they happen. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Powers renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and Sponsor. Thank you for this bill. I was literally listening to a podcast related to this, and an individual lost $900,000 to a scam. They were a law enforcement officer, and their family had contributed hundreds of thousands of dollars, and there was no mechanism for them to recoup it because it was actually connected to like some gang-related entity. But I'm curious, in our state, do you know through the TBI if we have investigators that if this happened, say, to one of our constituents today, they would be able to contact somebody at TBI? Or is the purpose of this legislation to do and get this information and then allow us to potentially hire to have those types of folks?
Representative Powers.
Yeah, what it would do, TBI will set up a platform. This original bill is just primarily to get data, but TBI will set up a platform where you call the 1-800 number, and that way they can notify law enforcement, or they can notify the local DA or the Adult Protective Services at that time. And hopefully in the future, we'll be able to hire investigators with TBI, and this will provide the data that we need to do it. But right now, it'll just be that one call that Nell will take care of the referral.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. And in this, you may have said this, but do you know when we will receive that report, or when the report will be completed?
Representative Powers.
Is it annually?
Well, what we'll do, we'll do an annual report, but what we'll probably try to get the data before we come back in our next session, because we want to be able to, at that time, maybe hopefully get some investigators out in the field and working on this too. So we'll try to get that data even before that 1 year period.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and Sponsor. I think this is a good piece of legislation that shows you have to learn something in order to then have the proper impact. And this is something so significant. I have a lot of elders in my community and the district that I serve. And so this, I think, is a good piece of legislation that looks at research and says, how do we do what's best for all of our constituents? And so thank you for the bill.
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank the sponsor for bringing this bill. It's a good first step. It's a huge issue. It's part of a bank at one point in time, and we had customers who actually, we knew that they were being scam attempts were going on. There were really very little that we could do about it. My mother is 97 years old. She gets multiple calls every day. She gets letters in the mail. people wanting to buy our property or someone saying that they've already bought our property and she needs to move. There's just so much out there that people are trying to take advantage of our elderly. So thank you for helping us to try and get a handle on that.
Representative Powers.
Thank you. And I've had a lot of that happen in my own district where people have tried to withdraw $50,000 to send to another country to help somebody that might be in need. We actually have one person do it for $30,000, one for $50,000. And as we were talking about, there's no way to really recoup that money. And what we weren't trying to do or prevent these before they ever happen, because it is a huge business here in the state of Tennessee. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question be called. Is there objection? Seeing none. All those in favor, House Bill 1248 is amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, is any member which changed their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays.
House Bill 1248, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed. Do I object to motion to reconsider table? Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 886 by Chairman Hawk and others relative to compensation for certain costs incurred by dealers in accounting for and remitting sales and use taxes. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill's on the desk.
Let the journal reflect Representative Howe's excuse. Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1140.
Chairman Hawk moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 1140, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1140 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hawk moves passage of Senate Bill 1140 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways, Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. I move to adopt, and Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt, and I defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chairlady Hazelwood moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting Committee Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As amended, Senate Bill 1140 calls for a task or study in relation to gathering information of the cost burdened on our businesses who collect our Tennessee sales tax. With that explanation, I renew my motion.
Chairman Hawk renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1140 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 98, no nays.
Senate Bill 1140, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2317 by Chairman Williams relative to child care. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill's on the desk.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2374.
Chairman Williams moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2374 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Williams. Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2374 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Williams moves passage of Senate Bill 2374 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill creates a task or study that seeks to look into one of the biggest challenges facing our families across the state in regards to accessibility and affordability of child care. What this bill would do would look at local regulations and statewide regulations, fire marshal regulations, local ordinances to see if there are ways or improvements that we can, changes that we can make in the code, both local and state, to help make daycares more affordable to build and operate. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to answer any questions the members might have.
Chairman Williams renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you. And thank you, Speaker. And sponsor, obviously, child care is such an important issue for a lot of folks in our communities, and its extraordinary cost is prohibitive for a whole lot of folks. Would this study, first, when will this study be completed? And is the idea that we would take these recommendations into legislation in the next General Assembly, assuming we're here?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This study will be completed in the spring of next year. For the body, that report will be submitted to us. They'll also take into consideration the Child Care Task Force report that was generated by the individual practitioners of child care across the state. But always with TASR, they once they study it, they come back, they'll make a recommendation to not just state government, local governments as well as to changes that they can make in their own local or state ordinances or TCA in order to improve the accessibility and affordability of childcare.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. I appreciate that because I see we got a couple of these TASR studies and really wanted to make sure that the recommendations also get implemented because these are serious concerns and issues that people are bringing to our attention. And I hope that we don't just study it, but we act upon it. So thank you, Speaker and sponsor.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Representative. I serve on TASR committee along with many other local and state municipalities. The Chair Lady of Finance also serves on there with us. And we have a vast array of people in state government that do quite a bit of extensive research and help compile this information so that they can make recommendations to all of us. I would like to just also state that for the record that Representative Hardaway had a TASR report. We try to keep the number of TASR reports narrowed. He had one that I'll be making a recommendation that we try to study as well as next year. He and I had a discussion about it later, but they typically study 4 different subject matters, and this is one of the 4 that you've seen here tonight.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2374 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays.
Senate Bill 2374, having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The most research table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2433 by Chairman Terry and others relative to tobacco and vapor products. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2278.
Chairman Terry moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2278. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of Senate Bill 2278 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Terry moves passage of Senate Bill 2378 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is the same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendment.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill directs TASR to conduct a study on the effects of vaping and the use of vapor products by people under age 21. My motion.
Chairman Terry renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2278 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays.
Senate Bill 2278 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most research table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2232 by Representative Freeman relative to public benefits for child care workers. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute conform with Senate Bill 2063. You never know.
Representative Freeman moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2063. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2063 on third and final consideration.
Representative Freeman moves passage of Senate Bill 2063 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1. Mr. Speaker, it's similar to Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2063 creates a TASR study to study the effects of child care and the affordability of child care. Similar to the most recent TASR study we just heard 2 bills ago, they will actually work together to present one report. One of the things that this study is trying to understand is the benefits cliff, to understand what are the limiting factors for affordability for childcare, specifically among childcare workers. And with that, I'll renew my motion.
Representative Freeman renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question on the bill.
Question's been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2063 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 15 nays, 3 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2063 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2215 by Representative Parkinson relative to real property. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2448.
Representative Parkinson moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2448. Pardon me, second without objection. So ordered. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2448 on third and final consideration.
Representative Parkinson moves passage of Senate Bill 2448 on third and final consideration. Pardon me, second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is sends to TASER a study to study quitclaim fraud. A lot of our friends and seniors, and even those that are deceased, they are being robbed of their properties by individuals bringing fake quitclaims to the Register of Deeds office and literally walking away with someone's property. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Parkinson renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Shaw.
Call for question on the bill.
Question been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2448 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, 2 nays.
Senate Bill 2448 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed by objection. The most reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk. Representative, we passed it. We're good. Thank you. No, not yet.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 2921 by Chairman Williams relative to mental health treatment. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2801.
Chairman Williams moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2801. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2801 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Williams moves passage of Senate Bill 2801 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Ms. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Insurance Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Insurance Committee Amendment number 2. Mr. Speaker, it's the same as Senate Amendment number 2.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd just like to thank the chairman of Calendar Rules for sprinkling me through the calendar today. This bill, Speaker, you know all too well, this bill allows for parity for TennCare patients as it relates to mental health treatment and makes it in line with the mental health substance abuse treatment. For far too long, practitioners of mental health services across the state are incentivized to provide mental health and substance abuse care for patients because the reimbursement rate for mental health services was lower. With the Speaker's guidance in this bill, those two, it will be required that those two services are reimbursed at exactly the same rate, therefore opening more mental health services and the reimbursement rates to be higher so that those mental health practitioners can serve more Tennesseans. With that, Mr. Speaker, members, I'm happy to answer any questions members
Chairman
might
Williams
have.
renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, sponsor. As a fellow longtime advocate of the mental health parity laws and strengthening those and make sure the state's enforcing those federal laws, I just had one question. I noticed in Amendment 2, I think had been withdrawn because it was similar to the Senate that removed sections 9 through 11. in section 11, it discusses the parity issue for alcoholism and drug dependence. I'm sorry. And I apologize. I just noticed this. So my question was, we're removing this language with regards to the alcoholism and drug dependence coverage parity issue. And I just want to make sure that was just a clerical issue, or what was the purpose for that?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, sir, it is. But it was easier just to remove that language so that all mental health services are treated the same, and it mandates that coverage. They're reimbursed the same. The hope is, as the state goes, so private insurance would go as it relates to these reimbursement rates, so that we could provide those services through private insurance as well.
Chairman Cummings.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question on the bill.
Question's been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2801, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Camper, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays.
Senate Bill 2801, having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed by objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2922 by Representative Slater and others relative to education. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2820.
Representative Slater moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2820, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Slater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2820 on third and final consideration.
Representative Slater moves passage of Senate Bill 2820 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is not in the Senate bill, so I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman White moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting Committee Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chairlady Hazelwood moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 2 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill outlines the formation of opportunity public charter schools. These public schools serve eligible students who have been historically underserved. And with that, I renew my motion.
Mr. Slater renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative McKenzie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, we've been talking about this bill through subcommittee, through full and finance as well. But as you know, we've initially had just a few issues, but the core of the bill was good. But I thank you and other sponsors for working with me to see that we get, you know, economically diverse opportunities for folks to take advantage of this. You know, there's several things that I feel really, really good about this bill. One, there's population caps to make sure that there's not going to be one school that like draws from across the state. The fact that these students need some special attention and opportunities. If they can go right back into a general public school or charter school, fine. But for the ones that's been adjudicated, folks, you know, coming in and out of pregnancy, male and female, this makes sense. It gives them an opportunity to reacclimate themselves, to get on track academically, and then from the school itself, for it to be us to understand that they may not get the achievement numbers, but we're gonna hold them accountable on those growth numbers to making sure that they're there. You know, to me, this is why I feel charter schools should have been created, and this piece of legislation get to that. So again, thank you for bringing this piece of legislation, and I support it. Thank you.
Representative Slater.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments and work through the committee process and making this bill even better. And thank you for your comments on the floor.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. And I understand the opportunity public charter schools, but I'm curious about the funding mechanism. So if an individual is in a public school and they are now attending this residential charter program in our state, does that public school that they were previously attending now lose that funding and then they go to this residential school? And is it possible that if they leave that residential school the following year and go back to their public school, that now the residential school won't have that funding? And so I'm curious of the mechanism for funding these and the potential risk associated with that.
Representative Slater.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as it relates to state funding, that falls under our TISA funding formula. So the state dollars follow the student to the school. The first year that a student, for example, if a student leaves one LEA in the opportunity charter schools in another LEA, then that funding will follow that student that year. That TISA funding will follow that student.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. And so if that student leaves that charter school the following year, going back to the LEA, then the charter school loses the money and now it's back with the initial LEA. Is that right?
Representative Slater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, it would, because once again, TISA funding follows the student. And so if the student would go back to their original LEA, then the TISA funding would follow the student.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. And I did read this in the legislation, just wanted to make sure that it is clear for an LEA to adopt these types of charter schools, that would be permissive. They would have to allow for this to happen. Is that correct?
Representative Slater.
Opportunity schools are charter schools, and so there are two paths, two authorizers. An LEA can authorize, and we certainly would hope that the LEA would work with a charter school which would like to locate within their LEA, but then there also is the state charter commission as well.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. Just one clarity here. So I represent Memphis, Shelby County, part of Memphis and Shelby County. So if an individual wants to open up an opportunity charter school, they would have to go to the school board to get approval to do such a thing. But you're saying that is not necessary. They could go to the Tennessee Charter School Commission and surpass the school board?
Representative Slater.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the clarifying question. As with any charter school, so these opportunity schools, as it relates to authorizing, would not be different than any other charter school. And so an application is made, and if the LEA, to the LEA, then the LEA can authorize that charter school. If the LEA does not authorize the charter school, then the individuals or the group that would like to start the charter school can make an appeal to the State Charter Commission. That's the same as any charter school application in the state.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And I appreciate the two opportunities for authorization that folks have and the explanation there. I mean, this is pretty substantial to have residential schools in a community in our districts, and the liability that sort of goes along with that for an LEA or even for these CMOs, charter management organizations. And so having people who are pretty proximate to the communities and to those that they're seeking to serve, I think is really important in the decision making here. And so the fact that it can go away from local decision making to sort of state level decision making is a little bit of a concern that I have. While I appreciate this idea, and I even have, it's not necessarily a charter school, but a residential high school peer academy in my community and in my district. I can see the benefits of this, but I am concerned that its approval won't necessarily be by the people who are, where those 50% of students are from, that have to be within a particular LEA and jurisdiction. I mean, I appreciate you answering the questions thoughtfully as you could. Thank you, Speaker and sponsor.
Representative Slater. Nothing. All right. Representative Johnson and Knox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Couple of questions. So this school can be a mix of kids that we would consider to be juvenile delinquents, as well as kids who were victims of abuse, correct?
Representative Slater.
There are 8 there's a list of 8 eligibilities as it relates to at-risk students. And yes, both of those that you mentioned are on that list of 8. That is correct.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you. And that can cause quite a problem in a residential situation because kids who have been abused tend to become victims in situations like this. And what we've seen in other charter schools like this, residential situations, that it puts kids at danger. There's been sexual abuse, there's been physical abuse, and in most of these situations. And so it's very concerning to me that we are putting kids in, more vulnerable kids in, with kids who have, been perpetrators. So I guess another question I have is, this removes a parent from the board of the charter school, correct? There's no parent that has to be on the board for the charter school?
Representative Slater.
Yes, as the legislation is written, it's not required that there would be a parent on the board. There is no prohibition from parents being on the board of the charter schools, however, and it certainly would be helpful for there to be a parent. But given the nature of the 8 types of at-risk students, we feel it best not to require there to be a parent. For some of the reason that you just mentioned, children of abuse, if it was familial abuse, that could be very sticky. And so that's the reason for that. But there's no prohibition to a parent serving on the board.
Representative Johnson.
Yes, I think it's important, you would be cautious of what parent you put on the board, but to have that parent on the board. And then typically when you have a residential school, like say a school for the deaf or school for the blind, those cost over, I think, $100,000 per student per year. And they are allowed to go home on the weekends. Will these students be going home on the weekends?
Representative Slater.
The bill is silent as to whether or not that would be the case. There's no prohibition, though, for students to go home. And I would certainly think that the type of residential school that might be developed, that policies would determine whether or not that would be the case. But there's no prohibition, and the bill is silent on that matter.
Representative Johnson.
Yes, and that concerns me, not allowing for it, because I talked to folks from the disability community who believe that that is going to be something that is not allowed. So for me, when there's not a parent on the board, when you're mixing kids that have been perpetrators and kids who are victims, kids with disabilities, it's very concerning to me in these residential situations. And that's why we've seen it time and time again in situations like this. And I think that even though I understand what you're trying to do, it hasn't been successful yet anywhere that I have heard about. And it's concerning to me some of the problems that can develop. And so I just cannot support this legislation as it is written. I understand what you're trying to do, but I don't think there are enough safeguards in this to protect children and families. But thank you.
Representative Slater.
Thank you for your thoughtful comments, and I renew my motion.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote. Powers on. There we go.
75, 20 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2820 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 75, 17 nays, 3 present not voting.
Senate Bill 2820 and received constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Let the journal reflect. Representative Hell is excused. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 375 by Speaker Pro Tem Marsh relative to Tennessee Duck River Development Agency. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1397.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1397. Properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1397 on third and final consideration.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh moves passage of Senate Bill 1397 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This proposed legislation concerns the Tennessee Duck River Development Agency. The purpose of this legislation is to restructure the Tennessee Duck River Agency so a reliable long-term revenue stream is available that will support the Duck River Agency's mission, which is developing, protecting, and sustaining a clean and dependable water resource for the citizens of the Duck River Agency. I renew my motion.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question on the bill.
Question's been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1397 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays.
Senate Bill 1397 and received constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2019 by Marsh relative to county budgets. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2023.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2023. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2023 on third and final consideration.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh moves passage of Senate Bill 2023 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Finance Ways Means Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, we passed a bill a couple of years ago that said that our county highway commissioners, their budget could not be cut any more than it was the year before. What we're doing this year, it requires the county legislative body to set the annual budget for the county mayor's office at a minimum, at an amount not less than the budgeted amount for the county mayor's office for the preceding fiscal year. With that, I'll renew my motion.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2023 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 78, 13 nays, 3 present not voting.
Senate Bill 2023 and received constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1641 by Leader Lamberth and others relative to conditions of release. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2563.
Leader Lamberth moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2563 without objection. So ordered. Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2563 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lamberth moves passage of Senate Bill 2563 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very straightforward. If someone is has conditions of bail and they violate those conditions of bail, then they can be arrested for an A misdemeanor. With that, I renew my motion.
Leader Lamberth renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 70, 21 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2563 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 75, 17 nays, one present not voting.
Senate Bill 2563 has received constitutional majority. Hereby declare passed without objection and most reconsidered is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1663 by Leader Lamberth and others relative to sentencing for criminal offenses. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1834.
Leader Lamberth moves substitute and form Senate Bill 1834, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for passage of Senate Bill 1834 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lamberth moves passage of Senate Bill 1834 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and I defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of committee amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to read something here from a lady who emailed me while this was coming through committee. It says, please support House Bill 1663. I am a victim of child sexual abuse. The wounds are unimaginable and the scars run deep. These are not crimes that victims are able to heal from or move on with their lives. These crimes change children forever. I have struggled and watched other victims as they struggle to establish a sense of worthiness and self-love. These are basic needs that strip children to their core and impact the trajectory of their lives. It impacts their self-worth and their relationships for the rest of their lives in some way. Even those of us fortunate enough to heal enough to love ourselves and gain the confidence and worthiness needed to have healthy relationships, it still impacts how we see and trust the world. Some things can never be gained once lost. The people that commit these type of crimes against children do not rehabilitate. They simply get better at victimizing children and hiding who they really are. When I was younger, I believed that anyone could be rehabilitated, even though I had suffered tremendous abuse. However, I grew up in time with experience taught me different. People that commit these crimes are rarely, if ever, even convicted. It takes tremendous evidence against these type of criminals to ever get charges brought against them. The ones that are convicted are typically released quickly and given lesser charges, so they're right back out doing the same things they were doing before. Never missing a single beat. They stack up victims as if they were at an all-you-can-eat buffet with the appetite of a bear coming out of hibernation and only have access to a single plate. Their many victims, however, are forever changed. All that to say that the ones that actually get convicted should face real consequences. Perhaps if that happened, there will be less people in our community forever changing our children in ways that are unimaginable. Our world would be more healthy. I implore you to support House Bill 1663 for all those reasons and more. That's from a brave young woman who has survived one of the most heinous type of crimes against her that you can imagine. I appreciate the fact that she sent me that. I've got dozens of those emails. If someone rapes a child in this state, they should die. Not in every single case, but in those cases where there are aggravating circumstances, in those cases where they have multiple prior felonies, multiple victims that are in particularly vulnerable situations, it should at least be an option for a jury for the worst of the worst offenders out there. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Leader Lamberth renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Bain, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The death penalty is incompatible with the right to life. Let me say that again. The death penalty is incompatible with the right to life. It violates the constitutional ban on cruel and unusual punishment and guarantees of due process of law and equal protection under the law. Additionally, this body hasn't passed any legislation to help rape victims. Rape victims who are impregnated by their abuser. You all have voted down legislation again and again to benefit the survivors of crimes like this. And my question for you, Leader Lamberth, is do you feel the death penalty repairs the harm caused by this unlawful behavior and is informed by what juvenile survivors of this crime need?
Leader Lamberth.
Hello, Mr. Lambert. I heard you on the radio. I thank you for working on this bill. I will soon be 69 years old. I was molested and raped by my grandfather starting at the age of 6 years old and older. He assaulted my mother and her sister He tried to molest my 2-year-old niece and grabbed her away from him and told everyone there, he is not going to touch this child. Even at almost 63, this was happening to me. It still bothers me. It never goes away, no matter what age a victim is. Since he was my grandfather, I would agree to the death penalty even for him. He molested many generations, and this needs to stop because this act to the victims, it never goes away. I support the death penalty against child rapists and child molesters. A child is counting on you to keep the child safe. Thank you, and I hope you get this bill passed. Absolutely, it's a deterrent. Let it go forth from Mountain City to Memphis. If you rape a child in this state, you are forfeiting your own life, period. That's what the bill's about. I understand that you oppose the death penalty and respect that. I get that. But if we're going to have the death penalty for any offense, it should be an option for these offenses.
Representative Bain.
Once again, I'm not trying to negate the lived experiences of these survivors of violent crime. I'm not. And I think my policies speak for themselves and how I voted. But don't you feel if a young child knows that their abuser is going to receive the death penalty, that it would deter them from reporting?
Leader Lambert.
Directly from a survivor. My sister and I were abused by my father from a very young age. I just wanted you to know that I appreciate you pushing for the death penalty. I don't think it will stop people from telling about their abuse. Thanks. And then she lists her name.
Representative
She's
Bain.
lived it. I trust her.
Oh, sorry. Representative Bain.
I mean, you can read testimonies again and again across the state, but the state intervening to kill a human being does nothing to deter the crime. It does nothing to heal the survivor. It doesn't provide treatment for the survivor. It doesn't provide resources for that person to move forward in their life. The state is intervening as a violent actor and ending a human life, which is not pro-life. And I'm not defending these individuals. I'm not. I'm going to cede the ground to my colleagues. Thank you.
Leader Lambert.
Oh no, we're not done yet. For almost 50 years, I've been praying for Tennessee to issue the death penalty for child rapists. Most people do not understand. The child's life has been killed in the direction it was headed. No amount of therapy can change that. Yes, therapy can help the victim go forward in life, but the life they would have had before is now dead. Thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart and soul, a mom and grandmama. The atrocities that they have suffered deserve the severest of punishment. If the death penalty is an option in any case, it should be an option for those that rape children.
Representative Bain.
Once again, this bill will be a deterrent for children who suffered from these violent crimes and reporting. Many organizations that represent children survivors have stated this. You can read testimony again and again, but it's not.
Leader Lambert.
I prefer to listen to the people that have actually suffered from this.
Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. And the sponsor knows that he and I share the disdain for those who would harm children or rapists in general. However, when it comes to the death penalty and the lack of adequate safeguards that allow inequities in the system to advance year after year after year, and to cause men and women of color, those with intellectual disabilities, and those who don't have the financial wherewithal to be charged more often, to be more likely to receive more severe charges, and are more likely to be put to death. until those inequities in the system itself have been addressed adequately, I must vote no on your bill. But that does not change how I feel about the despicable human beings who would rape another human being, and especially the lowlifes who would abuse, rape, sexually assault a child.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, sir. And we've co-sponsored many bills, and I respect your perspective on this. It's just that there's so very few of these cases that actually are able to be taken to a trial. There's so very few of the worst offenders that actually would face this. Nationally, over 70% of victims right now do not disclose within 5 years their experience of abuse, and approximately 1 in 5 victims of a CSA never disclose their experience. There's so many children out there, and for those brave survivors that come forward and are willing to share with a total stranger, a detective, a lawyer, go into court and be cross-examined over the worst things that's ever happened to them, if they're willing to go through that journey, I think we should too. We should at least allow it out there as an option. So I deeply respect your perspective on this bill, but I just think that we should stand with these survivors and say, look, for the worst of the worst, this should be an option.
Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leader, I want to thank you for carrying this legislation to support this severe punishment for such a severe crime. These children have lost something that can never be gained again. Their innocence in many cases. And I can't think of a more heinous crime than raping a child, harming a child. And so I support your legislation, and I would also encourage my colleagues to support this legislation, because any act done against a child should be held to the highest level of accountability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Lambert. Representative Johnson and Knox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I agree with one of the letters you wrote, one of the victims that said that, you know, you can't rehabilitate those folks. I get that. And that's why this crime is already 100% time crime with life in prison. So one of the things that those victims ask is that it doesn't happen to anyone else. This ensures that it doesn't happen to anyone else. So therefore, the death penalty is not necessary. We can't ensure it never happens to anyone else with 100% time crime and life in prison. So what we're doing is making it really tough for some victims to come forward, or maybe some family members of that victim to encourage them to come forward when they might lose their uncle or their grandfather. It's already difficult, as the sponsor stated, and I agree with him, it's already difficult to come forward in situations like this. But this makes it even worse. And yes, these are the worst actors. But if we can get the same end result by life in prison without the possibility of parole, what are we doing? Because this does not help the victim at all. Victims' organizations don't support this bill. And the reason they don't support this bill, there's some mix. Some do, some don't. But for the letters he's read, there's just as many saying, please do not do this. And they cannot come to consensus on this. And that's listening to the victims. I've listened to the victims in my office, and they have told me this is not going to be helpful to victims. It doesn't help them heal, and it also doesn't ensure that folks come forward. We can do the same thing by other means. There is no need to take this step. Of course, child rape is horrifying. No one should have to endure it. And it's like my colleague in the back said, it does take away their childhood. But this is also a body that will further take away that childhood and victimize that child day after day by forcing them to carry a pregnancy by this rapist. when we know that children die at 2 times the rate of adults when they carry a pregnancy. We are re-victimizing for the rest of their life. We are making sure that their entire childhood is stolen when you force a baby to carry a baby. So please, I know it's a horrible crime, and I believe these people should be locked up for the rest of their lives. But let's think about the victims and think what's really going to be good for them.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to continue to read the words of survivors of these offenses. And you're going to appreciate this one because it went to you and I. Dear Representative William Lambert and Representative Gloria Johnson, after receiving word that House Bill 1663 passed the subcommittee and would now move to the House Civil Justice Committee, I thought it was important to explain something that I have personally witnessed, studied, and have knowledge of. When a child, in this case, a child from 0 to 12 years of age, is being sought after, preyed upon, groomed, and conditioned by a pedophile, the pedophile uses threats of death to themselves, to the child, and loved ones of that child. This type of knowledge is one of the known advantages that a pedophile has over the child. The pedophile already uses these fears to deter the child from disclosing their beastly behavior. Passing this bill will not deter a child from coming forward. Generally, when children come forward, they are often ignored or not believed. Many times, children are noticed by teachers with distinct odors and or behaviors, yet the teachers are discouraged from questioning the child and or filing a report with DCS. Even our pediatricians lack the time, efforts, and ability to follow up when they should. Children constantly missing appointments and parents controlling the conversation should not go unnoticed. Pedophiles are not like you and me. They view young children for sexual pleasure, and they desire to fulfill that pleasure supersedes rational thought. We can use biological studies and lean on neurodevelopment disorders all day long, but these conversations will not cure the pedophile. These conversations do not protect our children. Read up on Dennis Gall. Raping a 10-month-old baby was a dream come true for him. He was arrested in Chattanooga last month by the FBI. Gall has evil in his soul. You cannot reform this. Although he was not able to follow through with his desires, he had all intentions of doing so. A death penalty in the state of Tennessee will send a clear, undeniable message to all pedophiles. Harm our children, and you will die.
Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 71, 23 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1834 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 77, 19 nays, one present not voting.
Senate Bill 1834 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed with objection. Most for series table. Let your journal reflect Representative Haston and Travis are excused. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2188 by Leader Lambert relative to sentencing. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2044.
Leader Lambert moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2044. Probably second with objection. So ordered. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of Senate Bill 2044 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lambert moves passage of Senate Bill 2044 on third and final consideration properly. Seconded. Mr. Clerk, call for First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chairlady Hazelwood moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting Committee Amendment number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill is very straightforward. Been practicing criminal law for almost 20 years. And when I was a prosecutor, I prosecuted a man who killed his daughter, aggravated vehicular homicide case. He had 4 prior DUIs. His blood test was 3 times the legal limit. He had picked his little girl up at school and went around driving after school drinking, crashed into a tree, and he killed that little girl. She died surrounded by strangers. I did everything within my ability to get the highest possible sentence that I could. This was a repeat offender. This was the best thing to do was to keep him in prison for as long as possible. He got a 22-year sentence at 30%. His wife, the mother of that child, had to decide 3 different times on going to a parole board hearing whether or not to beg for her husband to get out or beg for the killer of her child to stay in. It was unconscionable. We've since fixed the percentage on that, but here's what did happen. After 12 years, he was released from prison on parole. That's fine. He had good time credit. They had met several times. He had 10 years left on his sentence. Well, logic would dictate that he would have 10 years on parole. That's not the case. Unfortunately, the way our laws are designed right now is that he got 3 years on parole. So the sentence that a judge elected by the people handed down to this person was reduced by an unelected board because our statutes say you get good time toward the actual judgment, the actual sentence, instead of just toward your release. This doesn't change anything about the actual release. It just changes that the sentence you got was the sentence you keep. And so if this bill had been in place when that man reached parole, he would have 10 years on paper to prove to everybody that he could not drink and drive after killing his little girl. Like I said, instead he has 3. That's what it does. The amendment on there actually fixes a glitch in the code where 14 years ago they passed a bill that hindered some of the discretion of a judge when determining sentences. And since we've passed bills that conflict with that. So that's what the amendment does. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Leader Lamberth renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2044 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 83, 10 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2044, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most serious technical. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1658 by Leader Lamberth and others relative to criminal offenses. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2221.
Leader Lamberth moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2221. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage for Senate Bill 2221 on third and final consideration.
Leader Lamberth moves passage of Senate Bill 2221 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's the same as the Senate Amendment number 1. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt.
Chairlady Hazelwood moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 2. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee Amendment number 2 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill does 2 things. One, it makes it a Class C felony to assault someone during a judicial proceeding. This actually happened to a friend of mine. He's an attorney in the Clarksville area. He was appointed to a case. He and the defendant didn't get along real well. The defendant told the judge, look, I want a different attorney. The judge said, look, that's your appointed attorney. They get in the middle of a jury trial, or right at the beginning, the defendant stands up and hit my buddy right in the face. And he was laughing when they took him back to the jail. And they said, what's so funny? He said, well, it's just a misdemeanor. Now I get a different lawyer. So a felony, I think, would deter that type of behavior. You attack a judge, a bailiff, somebody in the audience, a juror, a witness, anybody. You attack them during a court proceeding, then it's going to be a felony. The other thing this does is almost 30 years ago, when the Electronic Surveillance Act was passed under 3913-601, interception, wire, oral, or electronic communication all meant different things back then. They were thinking about somebody going into like a phone line and splicing in a wire. Well, all of the websites and all of the phones and apps and everything else we use, they collect pixels and cookies and information on all of us. That is something we have voluntarily agreed to. Well, unfortunately, there's a civil penalty that we would be taking out in this bill that's attached to the Electronic Surveillance Act. And what it's allowed for is a lot of our businesses and hospitals and others to be sued right now under something that was never intended for that. It was not intended to punish businesses for a basic business function, which is to have websites and apps and telehealth and everything available. It was meant for some, weirdo that was splicing into a phone line. So we're leaving the criminal penalties there. We're just taking off that civil penalty of it. Now, they can still be sued if for some reason they're violating HIPAA, if they're violating the law that Representative Garrett carried last year that will be going into effect soon that protects your data. There's other statutes out there that protect that information. It's just not the Electronic Surveillance Act from 3 decades ago. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Leader Lamberth renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and Sponsor. Adding penalties, and I haven't seen or heard any articulation of where increasing things to felonies actually has a material impact on people's propensity to commit a crime or actually help in their rehabilitation that should be happening during their period of incarceration. This fueling of the carceral state by increasing the amount of misdemeanors, increasing the amount of felonies, funding prisons in perpetuity in hopes that it serves as a deterrent does not work, has not worked. There have been federal attempts at this with 3 strikes rules. We got a lot of state laws that are increasing penalties left and right. But the ramifications of those decisions are not leaving to us having better, more educated, more equipped, more successful people after they've served their time. This is not a solution to the problems that we need to address as it relates to people who are part of the carceral state. This is propagating and supporting it. And so the prison industrial complex and its supporters and its advocates persist with legislation like this without ever dealing with the root causes of what caused someone to be a part of the criminal legal system in the first place. And then secondly, what can we do while they are incarcerated to actually make sure that if and when they are released, they become productive members of society? Just adding things up to say, now this is a felony, this is more severe, this is more severe, that is more severe, is not going to be a solution. We continue, at least from what I have seen, increasing things to felonies, making it and saying this is going to be a deterrence, but that's just not the truth. We have not seen that work. Our carceral state continues to explode and increase. And so if that was the truth, we would be seeing that decrease instead. And so this is why this legislation and other pieces like it that are coming up, I cannot support. And I hope that we become much more critical about funding the prison industrial complex with our tax dollars and instead do more to prevent people from going to prison in the first place. And if they are incarcerated, doing and providing resources that they might actually be and become better people during that time and afterwards. Thank you, Speaker and sponsor.
Lear Lambert.
I wish you'd look at some of the studies and the work that Rafael Manguel has done. It's fantastic because the recidivism rate on those that are incarcerated is virtually 0%. So when you incarcerate an individual for a violent crime particularly, they don't hurt anybody else out in the community. It's amazing how many lives are saved, how many homes are not broken into, how many stores are not robbed, how many people are not raped when the rapist, the murderer, the robber, the burglar is incarcerated. So I've seen some of those same studies you're talking about, and they follow people after they've been released from prison. I join you in wanting to make sure that we actually get the services to the people that are incarcerated, because I don't want them to come back in. But unfortunately, more than half come back to prison after being released within 3 years. That's unconscionable. But again, the recidivism rate on those that are incarcerated is virtually 0%. We're here to protect all Tennesseans. I want to make sure, again, that those incarcerated get services, but our first responsibility is to everybody else to make sure that they're safe in their home, their business, their school, walking to and from each one. To me, if I have to pick between the two, I'm going to pick the people that are not incarcerated and keep them safe first, and then we're going to start working on those that are incarcerated.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. And see, that's where we differ. Because I believe everybody who is a citizen of Tennessee, everybody who is in the care of the state is my responsibility, including those who are incarcerated, those who have made mistakes, those who are incarcerated unjustly and unfairly. See, I don't have a tiered system, unlike you, sponsor, of who gets prioritization, because I realize that the people who are incarcerated, they were people who were not. And when they were not incarcerated, did the state do everything that it was supposed to do to create the appropriate and proper conditions to care for them? Did we do all that we could economically and socially to make our state a good and a safe place for them to be productive? Those are the questions that we have to ask ourselves. And it is not about having a system that says, I'm going to prioritize these people, then those people, because you know what? The state also gets it wrong, and innocent people are in jail and are incarcerated too. And so I disagree with several of your premises. I ask my colleagues that we do more to prevent people from going to prison in the first place, and that we stop pretending this is a solution.
Lear Lambert.
You know what the number one factor to keep somebody from going to prison would be? Choosing not to commit a felony. It's pretty easy. There's a whole list of them in the green books in the back of the room. If an individual chooses not to commit those crimes, there's no chance that they go to prison. And so, yes, I am absolutely going to differ with you, and I'm going to prioritize those Tennesseans that have not chosen to commit felonies, and we're going to do everything we can to protect those folks, while at the same time providing services and resources and a segue for anybody who has chosen to do that. But it comes down to individual responsibility, not groupthink or group fault, but an individual's choice to commit those crimes. I know that's uncomfortable to say to you, but it is absolutely true.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hey, the bill, would it also make it a felony if the person in court maybe tweeted, threats to the judge or the judge's family or potential witnesses or potential jurors or maybe the district attorney? Would that also be a felony?
Leader Lambert.
The bill's quite clear. It makes it clear that assaulting someone in a courtroom, physical assault, is a felony. I know you've I know you have reviewed it, and I get what you're trying to do right now. I'm sure it's funny to you, but I'm here on a serious bill.
Representative Mitchell.
I'm being very serious too, threatening judges and threatening witnesses. And, that's serious by anybody in our society. Don't talk about being political or what's funny. We just passed a bill that's been ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court last year. So don't go there if you want to be political. You just did your political.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you for your comments. They were extraordinarily helpful.
Representative Cowman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2221 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 79, 15 nays.
Senate Bill 2221 and received constitutional majority. I hereby declare passed by objection to most reconsidered table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2624 by Chairman Carr relative to delinquent property taxes.
Chairman Carr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2624 on third and final reading.
Chairman Carr moves passage. Following second, Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of Committee Amendment Number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment Number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 2.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Carr moves adoption of Chairman Crawford moves adoption of Committee Amendment Number 2. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment Number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Carr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill on collecting back taxes we worked on for a long time. It's a multiple-year effort. It incorporates recent case law and resolves differences in those case law, cures constitutional defects in the Neighborhood Preservation Act, improves the ability to convey blighted properties to local land banks, clarifies rules for resales of parcels, clarifies redemption status, improves service and tax proceedings, streamlines collections tax judgments, and clarifies first priority sales of property tax liens. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Carr renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? See, Chairman Vaughn.
Chairman Carr, is this your last one?
Chairman Carr.
Thank you. No, sir, I have one more.
Chairman Vaughn.
And then.
Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2624 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays, 2 present, not voted.
House Bill 2624 and received constitutional majority. I hereby declare passed by objection. The most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1074 by Chairman Sapicki relative to payment rendered by chiropractors.
Chairman Sapiki, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1074 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Sapiki moves passage. Bobby second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Insurance Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of Committee Amendment Number 2. Probably seconded. Any discussion on amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment Number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Speaker, you're recognized.
Members, this bill updates a 1981 law to prevent discrimination by health insurers against chiropractic physicians. This bill addresses the issue of paying chiropractic physicians a flat fee for any and all services provided per visit, regardless of the patient's individual needs, unlike all other providers who are reimbursed via traditional current procedural terminology codes. They are the only discipline paid in this way, therefore discriminatory to chiropractic as a profession. This bill would direct that chiropractic physicians be paid for the individual services they provide each visit instead of the global, bundled, or flat rate. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Speaker renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1074 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 84, 3 nays, 6 present, not voting.
House Bill 1074 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most research. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1628 by Chairman Sapiki and others relative to assault. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Speaker, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1709.
Chairman Speaker moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 1709, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1709 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Speaker moves passage of Senate Bill 1709 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Speaker, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the U.S. Census Bureau of Labor Statistics, healthcare workers are 5 times more likely to experience workplace violence than employees in all other industries. This was brought to the attention. That's why we are naming this bill the Dr. Benjamin Mock Act. On July 11, 2023, Tennessee's medical community tragically lost to life a beloved orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Benjamin Mock, in the senseless act of violence in Collierville. What this bill does is updates the definition of assaultive offenses to include actions taken in a healthcare facility, including a physician's office, defines aggravated assault as actions that result in serious bodily injury or death, or include strangulation or displaying a deadly weapon. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Speaker renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Whitson, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? So there's light objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 72, 20 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1709 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member casts a vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, 5 nays.
Senate Bill 1709 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 9. Item 9, House Bill 390 by Chairman Sapiki, relative to education.
Chairman Speaker, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 191.
Chairman Speaker moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 191, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 191 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Spicky moves passage of Senate Bill 191 on third and final consideration. By second, Ms. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not in the Senate bill, so I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for explanation.
Chairman White moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting committee amendment number 1, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have Amendment 2 by Representative Powell. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this amendment was filed specifically under the possibility that this bill would be used for vouchers. I want to point out to members that we just adopted an amendment that's not the same as the Senate amendment. So actually, if we pass this bill, it's going to go back to the Senate for them to potentially alter. And I know the governor came out today and said that vouchers are dead, but they're not dead until this bill does not contain any language to enable vouchers. So I want to be clear, very clear about that. We need to hold firm and make sure that no other sneaky changes are put into this bill. But for this purposes, I will move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendment.
All right. Chairman Speaker, you're recognized.
Thank you, members. Yes, this is an educational bill, and I've been brought to my attention that this bill cannot be amended on message calendars, so that puts a little bit of guardrail in there going forward. This is an education bill that we've been working on. There were things added to this that you want to pay attention to. It's in the description of the bill on the amendment, so you might want to follow along. I'll walk everybody through exactly what it's going to do. The first part, Section 1, deletes a code reference to bullet resistance glass. Bullet resistant glass does not exist. It's entry resistant film. That's all it does. Section 2 prohibits an LEA from creating a policy that establishes a minimum grade above 0. Section 3 changes the screening requirement for response to intervention, that's known as RTI 2, to 3 times per year in grades K through 3, screened in grades 4 through 8 if the student is determined at risk, deletes the state requirement to screen in grades 9 through 12, and this is the most important part of this part, allows our local LEAs to use high dosage tutoring, low ratio tutoring to satisfy interventions requirements with RTI 2. Currently under state law, they're required to do both. This will free up our locals to make that decision on their own, giving it more teaching time in the classroom for our teachers. It also changes from every year to every 3 years that LEAs are required to submit a comprehensive support and improvement plan. So now they'll just do it one time every 3 years instead of every year. It also states that the student performance data of a student who enrolls in a public school on or after December 31st cannot be used to assign a letter grade to that public school. We have a lot of problems with students that are showing up after December 31st, and those LEAs are being held responsible for those letter grades. This will now prohibit that. And number 9, dealing with chronic absenteeism, the State Board of Education shall not use chronic absenteeism as a performance metric. Instead, each LEA shall develop, adopt, and implement a chronic absentee intervention policy that shall be submitted to the department every 3 years. It also defines chronic absenteeism for this part as a student who has been absent 18 or more days in a school year, or the equivalent of 18 days if we use ever an hours-based system in accordance with the State Board of Education. These are the educational changes that the chairman of education have thought be prudent for our systems to provide more freedom and autonomy and more teaching time. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Speaker renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with regards to the RTI, we've consistently underfunded the RTI program that this state passed several years ago. Very useful, productive program. Teachers, that's the #1 complaint I've heard from elementary school teachers, that we do not have enough support on those RTI children in respective tiers. I see here that we're relying on some funds that came from the federal government with regards to the federal elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds to the tune of about $27 million that were awarded. I assume that's what's funding these positions, these tutoring. And if so, what happens when that funding runs out? What's the plan there?
Chairman Sapicki.
Thank you for the question. That's going to be a discussion that we're going to have at the legislative body next year to figure how we're going to move forward with the tutoring and the RTI.
Chairman Clemens.
And with regards to the tutoring, how much of that is required under the third grade retention bill that we passed a couple of years ago, or is this specifically limited to the RTI requirements?
Chairman Spicki.
It addresses both concerns on the school tutoring we have in the third grade retention, and also the options that are available in K1 and 2 that is funded right now by the state to provide learning loss bridge camps and also tutoring going forward. So the money from what we have right now is there to meet those needs.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with regards to the chronic absenteeism and scoring, can you explain exactly what you're doing there with the absenteeism?
Chairman Spicki.
That's a great question. So members, currently our districts are penalized for chronic absenteeism just as a base number. If a student misses 18 or more days, whether it's excused or unexcused, their count is chronically absent. That dings our letter grades of our LEAs. We didn't think that would be fair to them because they have really no control over that. So we're switching the policy now to say, okay, you have a student that's missed more than 18 days that's chronically absent. We're going to start to evaluate you on the interventions that take place to get that student caught up, interacting with the parents to try to get them involved. So we're allowing the districts to be proactive in addressing these issues instead of just sitting on the back end and whatever the number shows up, it shows up.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I see that the Senate bill is significantly different or lesser than, I think this is fairly described than the House version. And so I assume this is going back to them on the message calendar. And any idea whether or not this bill is going to change once it leaves this room?
Chairman Spicki.
Well, we're hoping that they're going to substitute and conform to what we have. The first two items of what the Senate has already passed, we added these late because as education chairman, we thought these were good things for our LEAs.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sponsor.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To kind of dovetail on that, the last part of that conversation, as you discussed chronic absenteeism, I agree with what you said. We need to allow the schools to be proactive and really the parents and the students to be proactive. So, and we discussed this briefly in committee. That's one of my concerns with another aspect of your bill, and that is making the grades true, I think you call it. You know, if they've been chronically absent, we know what the grades are. It's a 0. Now, let's say the parents get on their students' behinds and they get it back in order. And now they're starting to make great progress because they have the intelligence. They just had some teenage issue going. It's going to be almost impossible for them to get their grades back up to a legitimate passing if we're giving them those grades of 0s. It's hard to overcome a 0. And so that's my concern. So don't you think that those two things are in conflict with really turning a student around?
Chairman Spicki.
No.
Representative McKenzie.
Okay, so it's so in your opinion, it's possible for a student to have 12 days when they miss 4 tests during those 12 days, and they have these 0s that they're carrying along with them, and for the rest of the 6 weeks or 9-week period that they can magically turn that around. I disagree with that. I think that's going to be very problematic for actually keeping a student engaged. So at the end of the day, that's what we need to do. And several teachers have probably sent both of us emails in that regard that hey, given that actual grade, that actual 0, instead of just saying you flunked, you did not pass, we're going to assign a 50, we're going to assign a 40 to you, that you can overcome that. You know, I get what you're saying, it's not fair for the student that made 100, but an F is an F. but there are depths to that letter. So I disagree with that. Question: are you defining at risk the same way that we defined it in the opportunity school bill that we heard, charter school bill that we heard earlier? Are those the same definition of at risk? Things like been adjudicated, pregnancy, things. So so in your bill, you use the word at risk. Is that left up to the LEA is my question, basically.
Chairman speaking.
Yes, answer to two questions you've asked, and I'll be as brief as I can to leave you time. Teachers routinely give makeup tests to those students that miss them. So that student would have an opportunity to come back and retake a test that they got a 0 on, that they didn't show up for, and possibly get a better grade to help out their grade. And also on at risk, the LEAs are going to determine that in the chronic absenteeism so that they can make sure that they're addressing the needs of those students that are ones that are at risk, either at the home life or economically, et cetera.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. Final question, and that's not like I said in the committee. This bill does a lot. You know, there's a lot I like about it, but there's a lot that I don't. But a general question on I appreciate us doing away with the misnomer of a bulletproof glass. Are there standards? And I don't know the answer to this question. Are there standards to the? I don't know what you called it, shatter resistant. I forgot what you called it. Are there standards, national standards? And does the bill address it and say that it shall meet or exceed the highest level or whatever that next level standard to that?
Chairman Spicky.
This bill doesn't amend or change the part of entry-resistant film. What it does is it takes out bullet-resistant glass because that doesn't exist. And so it was creating a problem when they were trying to bid these out. They just want everybody focused on the language of entry-resistant film.
Representative Parkinson.
Does this bill have anything to do with the ASD?
Chairman Spicky.
No, sir.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman Spicky.
You want it to?
He does not. Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a couple of clarifying questions to the sponsor. Under Section 3, regarding the screening for grades 9 to 12 for RTI, where it deletes the state requirement. Can you explain the logic behind that?
Chairman Spicky.
Very simply, local control. Give the LEAs the chance on how they're going to do the interventions on those students that are behind. It could be high dosage, low ratio tutoring. It could be interventions. It could be credit recovery. It just gives them the option to choose that instead of mandated from the state. Therefore, we're giving them more flexibility.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, thank you. Under sections 4 to 7, regarding the changes from every year to every 3 years that LEAs are required to submit a comprehensive support and improvement plan. Same question, the logic behind that, please.
Chairman Spicky.
Currently under state law, they have to renew their school improvement plan every year. And what we thought was how they know what's working and not working unless we give it some time to work. And so we arrived at the 3 years as that'd be sufficient time. Normally on a priority school, you get 3 years to turn it around. We wanted to have trust in them that when they put the school improvement plan in place, they're doing what's best for the school, what's best for those students.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, so are there any updates, annual updates or periodic updates within that 3-year period?
Chairman Spicky.
Yeah, yes, under current code, under school improvement plan, they interact with the Department of Education on a yearly basis to track the progress of what their school improvement plan is.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and sponsor. I'm looking at Section 8 of the amendment where it says, notwithstanding subsection A, student achievement, student growth, or any other student data that serves as an indicator of performance for a student who enrolls in or transfers to a public school on or after December 31st must not be used to assign a letter grade to the receiving school for purpose of this section. The data described in this subsection may be used to assign a letter grade to the school in which the student was enrolled prior to December 1st of the respective year. Just want to get clarity. Is this provision designed to make sure that if a school has increased the growth and the performance of a student, but that student chooses to transfer to another school, that school does get credit, and or maybe if the performance is down, that school who is receiving the child does not get, for lack of a better term, penalized for that child's data or lack of performance and growth?
Chairman Spicky.
Thank you, Thank you for the question. Very great question. What we're hoping to do is get to a position where if students transfer after December 31st, that those receiving schools are held harmless when it comes to the letter grade. We've talked to superintendents across the state, and they've agreed that that's kind of like the deadline of December 31st, that if they come before that, they have enough time with interventions to get them caught up, and therefore they're okay with receiving that grade. We just wanted to make sure that if a student transferred after December 31st, that school would not be affected by the letter grade.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Speaker. Is there any concern about a student who, again, may be in school August through October and then transfers to the other school, that they then may still affect that school's letter grade? Does that make sense what I'm asking you?
Chairman Spicky.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that was one of the reasons why we put December 31st as the cutoff date, because the school systems on the receiving end felt that if you give me time before then, we'd be able to mitigate those grades and get that student caught up.
Representative Love. Very good. Representative Bricken.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call for the question.
Question been called. Is there objection? Hearing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 191 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 68, 25 names.
Senate Bill 191 and received constitutional majority. Everybody clerk passed without objection. Most considered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk. I'm sorry, Lear Lambert, you're recognized. For what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to take up item number 56, House Bill 2692 by Chairman Doggett at this time.
Proper motion, probably seconded. Without objection, so ordered. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2692 by Chairman Doggett and others relative to pretrial release. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1972.
Chairman Doggett moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1972, probably seconded. Without objection, so ordered. Chairman Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage on Senate Bill 1972 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Doggett moves passage of Senate Bill 1972 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment number 1. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of committee amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1972 is called the Debbie and Marie Domestic Violence Protection Act. This bill helps victims of domestic violence know when their perpetrator is nearby in cases involving the most serious domestic violence and streamlines the process to get victims the quickest help when a violation occurs. This bill focuses on the pretrial timeframe, which is a very vulnerable and potentially deadly time in a victim's life. So what this legislation does is requires a GPS device to be worn by defendants as a condition of bond when charged with aggravated assault. This means the most serious type of bodily injury, the use or display of a deadly weapon, or the strangulation or attempted strangulation of a victim. This is not for all domestic violence, just the most serious, and it's just as a condition of bond. There's a provision in here in this bill that requires that would allow this requirement to be waived if the court or the magistrate finds that the offender no longer poses a threat to the victim or to public safety. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Doggett renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I called the previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1972 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, one nay.
Senate Bill 1972 and received constitutional majority. I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been at this for almost 6 hours and have had great debate and good discussion. I move that we resume these calendars tomorrow. Same calendars.
Heard the motion, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Unfinished business.
Unfinished business. Leader. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After consulting with the minority leader, I move that SJR 848 be heard in the Finance, Ways and Means Committee this week.
You've heard the motion. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I anticipate objection on this next motion. I move that House Bill 1872 be heard in the Finance, Ways and Means Subcommittee this week.
You've heard the motion. Any objection? We are on the board. All those in favor of having House Bill 1872 heard in Finance, Ways and Means Subcommittee this week, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 70, 24 nays.
You've heard the motion. Nope. It prevails. Sorry, I was a little ahead. Unfinished business. Chairman Faison, under unfinished business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After consulting with the majority leader and minority leader, I request to put House Bill 2936. I know you're going to object. Right. But you still, House Bill 2936, hill of the next calendar.
Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Place on the hill of the next available calendar.
Proper motion, probably seconded. Objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of House Bill 2936 being placed on the hill of the next available calendar, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Okay. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote. All right, Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 62, 28 nays, 2 present, I vote.
Motion fails. Unfinished business. Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 1202 be placed on the next available space and next available calendar.
It's proper motion, probably seconded. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of House Bill 1202 going to the next available space on next available calendar, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 66, 29 nays.
Motion prevails. Chairman Faison, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to put House Bill 2936, next available space, next available calendar.
Chairman Faison, proper motion, properly seconded. We're on the board. There is objection. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 62, 31 nay, 1 present, I'm voting.
That motion prevails. All right. Any further unfinished business? Seeing none. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Announcements.
Announcements. Next order, Mr. Clerk. Oh, sorry, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the conference committee for Senate Bill 2103 will meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. in Senate Hearing Room 1. That's 10 a.m. Senate Hearing Room 1.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Roll call.
Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 90 members present.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
That completes the regular order, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Cochran, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until 1 p.m. on Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024.
Without objection, the House stands in recess until 1 p.m. on Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024.